Welcome everyone, welcome to the London Grand Tournament. This is the Contact Lost live studio of the London Grand Tournament. I don't know what just happened. Vitaly's just connected a cable that seems to have been missing. So I don't know if you've heard the introduction. If no, I'll just repeat. The London Grand Tournament is happening.
They heard it. They might not have seen it.
Oh, you might not have seen it. All right, so we are here. We are live. No technical difficulties from this point onwards. We are Contact Lost. We are going to bring this live to you today together with Wargames Live. Myself, Joker, Jay from...
Oh, come on, mate. We rehearsed
I always do this. So
high level of professionalism.
Yeah, exactly. So how this is going to go down today, we are going to do the introductions to the rounds. We are going to do the in-between round interviews, and then at the end of the day, we will be there to do the wrap-up of the day, the so to say, sports studio, summarizing what went down throughout the entire day. And then the actual games are going to be streamed by Wargames Live. You should be able to see the games on his channel. You should be able to see our feed also on his channel. So pick and choose. There are at least 2 channels on YouTube that you can use to follow us. Guys, how are you feeling before the event? Excited?
Absolutely. This is the biggest event in the UK tournament calendar. Mm-hmm. It's the event I want to come to every year above everything else. And I'm absolutely buzzing for it.
What are you playing this time?
Same as last year, we're playing Imperial Knights. We're hoping for a similar level of success. It's not going to happen. Thanks GW for removing Overwatch from my models. You're legends for that. But yeah, that's what we're going with. I'm playing into World Eater's first game this morning, so if I lose, it's going to be really bad for me.
Yeah, so how are you feeling? Our World Eater is a challenge actually to the Imperial Knights post-data slate?
There is things in his army that does significant amounts of damage. Angron being one of them. And when I kill Angron, because it will happen hopefully early on, that's great. It makes my life much easier, because he loves murdering knights.
Of course.
Remember how last year I said I win games so I roll a lot of 4s? Well, if he rolls lots of 6s, he might win this game.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
That's kind of it. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So what have you got in your list?
It's 3 big knights, as always.
Always.
It's 3 small knights and 1 assassin still.
Okay.
So we've got a Crusader, a Paladin, and an Errant as the big knights, 2 Halverins, a Warglaive, and a Collectus Assassin. And even with the changes to battle tactic, stratagems being the only ones you can console with, like the Vect-like abilities, she is still super useful for my list. She gives me something that's hyper-mobile because of the ability to take her off the table and put her back on the table. I can use a 90-point model to do an action rather than a 480-point model to do an action.
So and one that's much easier to hide, has lone operative, right? Yeah. So it's really...
Although you say that, you can hide knights now.
Well, you can.
Yeah. So I can hide a thing that's this big behind a building that is this big, which is a huge deal for me. Not in game 1, playing against the combat army, I will admit, but certainly for later games, that's going to come in handy, I imagine, quite a lot.
Yep. So... how are you feeling in general then, in terms of knights? Do you think you can repeat last year's success, or is it going to be unlikely in this meta?
I think the amount of nerfs that have come in have taken knights away from being a contender for the top tables. I think you can still get there, but you're now in the position that you were in like early 9th and the very late part of 9th, where you don't have to just be good, you have to be good and lucky. So now you have to dodge a few matchups because you just can't control the game. Like losing Overwatch is such a big thing because the ability to deny someone's movement phase is huge, and you normally only get that with an army that's got throwaway screening units. So if you can throw something out and go, right, they'll block this bit off, they'll die next turn anyway, that's fine because I've done what I need to do. We controlled it through a Crusader stood still going, right, go on, I dare you to move there. And having lost that, we can't control that aspect of the game very well. So I need to dodge a few matchups, I need to get lucky in some of the games that I get, and we'll see how it goes.
All right.
I'm hoping to go 5-0 over the next 5 games. I think it's more likely it's a 4-1 at best, a 3-2 potentially. We'll see.
Right, Jay, I think because we have like a rundown of some of the prominent names playing in the first round, but I think we need to let you go actually play your game. So before we let you go, one question of like a general overview. This is the first super major after the balanced data slate. How do you assess the meta? What do you think we will see happening here? And who do you think is going to take, faction-wise, the top spot?
There's still quite a lot of really good factions that were at the top before that are still actually kind of near the top. Eldar are still good.
Yep.
Tyranids, if you play Vanguard, I think is actually really, really good if you've got the reps in with it. In the same way that Jinx of the Cult is still good if you've got the reps in with it. You need to be a little bit more careful playing both those armies now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the edition's still new and because the balanced data slate's just come out and it's been a bit of a shake-up, I think there's room for generals that have experience with their armies to get to the top spot more than they had before. It's not necessarily just a case of I've got what is on paper the best army in the game, because it's changed so dramatically that there are things that you need to have had practice with to be able to learn and have done right. So I think it's almost anyone's game, but it would be surprising if someone that wasn't playing Eldar, GSC, maybe Thousand Suns still, and a few other armies. Necrons, I think Necrons are still really good because they're very, very durable. And the fact that mortal wounds don't spill through a unit now has just made them even more durable. But with Necrons, you can either deal with it or you can't. And if you can, then they disappear. If you can't, then they
very rock, paper, scissors. How about Tau? And how do you feel against Tau with your army?
I love that game right now. I think that Tau are an army that I used to get punished by a lot. And right now I think that she was very much on the other foot. And somebody in a big mech suit is going to take it right up to the hilt. So,
Okay. Understood. Okay.
Thanks, Jay, for coming on.
Like
Tweak said, we let you off to prepare for your game, as it's going to start in like 10 minutes.
I've got to set up terrain and stuff. So.
So.
And we will reshuffle and get back to you in a moment with some of the most prominent players and their pairings. So stay tuned.
And we're back! Remember when we came here like an hour ago and after 2 minutes Vitaly said, yeah, we're ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, famous last words.
Last words, exactly.
So, we will now try to bring you some of the round one pairings about the, most known players perhaps?
Yeah.
That we've managed to track down and see what they're playing?
Yeah, so the UKTC circuit and the LGT, as a consequence as well, is filled to the brim with celebrities. There are so many players who either have their own podcast or do some coaching services or something like that. So many British names on the international scene, well recognized. So we decided that it's only wise to actually write some of them down and tell you what the matchups are. And then we are going to deliberate a little bit on who has the best chances of winning their first round.
Yeah, and before we go into that, this place is absolutely packed right now. We've got 740 players who are signed up. There's probably not all of them made it to the actual event today, but this is what essentially is the biggest 10th edition tournament so far.
In Europe, definitely, but I think for now in the world we'll see what the other tournaments across the pond can pull off. But yeah, definitely this is the biggest one out there right now.
So why don't we start off? So we probably haven't managed to track down just every one that you might want to hear about, So if you've got any suggestions of players you want us to track, let us know in the comments. That's first of all. We obviously try our best to bring more of them up as we go when we have the chance to dive into BCP and go through all 360-ish tables. And obviously, as the games progresses, we'll either stop following some people that might have lost along the way and start following people who are on a good run.
Yeah, exactly. And then remember, you can always drop a suggestion in the chat. Vitalis, our technical brother or tech priest behind the scenes, is from time to time monitoring the chat. So if you have any suggestions about, for example, your favorite faction specialist that you would like us to interview, we'll see how they are doing and we will bring them on and have an interview with them just for your viewing pleasure. So yeah, make sure that you communicate what your needs are.
Even if
in the
it's
chat.
your friend's cousin, we can take a look.
Yeah, exactly. Like, nepotism is accepted here. Joker,
That's how you make business.
Yeah, why don't you start us off with
Yeah,
some of the
so the first one we've got on the list, we've got Stephen Box playing Black Templars into Dave
Hallam.
Hallam playing World Eaters. So that's a power armored combat face-off potentially.
Yeah, basically, yes. Stephen Box, high skill level, loving his Black Templars. As far as I know, he's been playing them for a long time. But into World Eaters, a faction that is actually seeing a huge comeback after the balanced data slate. Do you know what changed about the World Eaters that made them more popular now?
I think it's just the points reductions.
Yeah,
I feel like they've had okay-ish damage output, but they kind of struggled in the same manner that Chaos Space Marines did, as not necessarily having the points for chaff.
Yeah.
They also paid what seemed like hefty tax for their combat prowess.
Yes.
And obviously, when you're only dealing damage in one phase, essentially, having to pay lots of points for it feels kind of unfair, and you might get the feeling that you're at a bit of a disadvantage, that you need to deliver your units to actually deal damage, so they have to survive first, you're not always able to hide them properly. So if you've got more of it now, then obviously you've got more of a chance that some of them will actually make it to combat, and at that point, you're then removing opponent units from the table. You might be able to push primary in that case. And if you've got more place for chaff, you actually have an opening for some secondary game.
Yeah, that's well said. And I think World Eaters fell victim to like the common belief at the beginning of 10th edition that this game is not about combat anymore. Like, combat has changed. Many like pro players expressed their, being disheartened about the fact that the fight phase is no longer like a skill expression phase, and many of them, you'll see in a moment, like some of the prominent names that we will see on the list that we have actually switched to more shooty armies. Eldar being the prime example of that. If you're coming to an event like that with 740 people and you want to win that, you take the bully, you take the boogeyman of the meta, and you'll see in a second how many players actually have taken Eldar. So why don't we maybe move on?
Yeah, but before we do that, I think we're definitely in a shooting meta, especially when playing the UKTC boards, as they have more shooting lanes than WTC, I think. And yeah, well, the way that combat's changed, I think we've mentioned this with our guests on the channel many a time, that the play is a little bit limited. It's a good thing and a bad thing, because obviously that was the place where you could show off some skill and perhaps win the game by piling in, consolidating in the proper way, also charging, extending your units, etc. But it did kind of give lots of feels bad moments to players who might not have been so experienced, that you're actually being played by the rules, not necessarily having the full gasp of what's possible within the rules. So like, it gives you the feeling of someone exploiting them, maybe. So that's changed, and like you said, combat hasn't actually been that much of a thing so far, but yeah, hopefully that changes. I've always liked to play combat armies, although I was definitely not on the skill expression side of things. But yeah, that's that. So
yeah, and 40k is just a game of, primarily a game of adapting and overcoming difficulties. And we see that, for example, at the LGT, we have some guests from abroad, like Anthony Vanella from Art of War, and stat check fame. And Anthony is bringing World Eaters, and he's been playing with them for quite a while. And as far as I know, he is very happy with them. So it will be extremely interesting to see how he fares at an event packed with, such a shark tank of an event like this one.
Yeah, definitely. So now that you've mentioned him, why don't we look at who he's up against? So he's playing Duncan
Where?
with Necrons. So
Yeah.
that's actually going to be quite an interesting pairing, I think, because whilst we were talking about how you could before express your skill in the fight phase, now Necrons with their ability to revive many a model, you can actually escape from combat if the opponent doesn't charge you and pile in the right way.
Yeah, doesn't
so
lock you in
that's
combat.
going to be, I think that's a pairing where, skill would be very, very important. And yeah, that would be interesting to see the outcome.
I mean, to an extent, it's a stat check kind of game in that, or damage check maybe. So if the World Eaters can get into the Necron blobs or into the Lich Guard blobs and actually pull off sufficient damage to wipe them off the table, to make it impossible for them to revive, to come back, to use all the abilities that they have with increasing their objective control stats, for example, with use of command barges and so on. If they can do those two things, deny them primary and just wipe them in one go, in one phase, preventing the revivals, then yeah, absolutely, World Eaters will see play in here. Question is, can Anthony actually pilot that army to that point where he erases those units one by one consequently?
And speaking of well-known players, I think next pairing we've got is quite interesting. So we've got Ben Jones of Vanguard Tactics playing Yoko Johansson.
Of Team Ignite.
Yeah, and Team Iceland as well. So we've got Ben on Orcs. Did you get a look at the list?
No,
Is it the truck list?
I didn't manage, but I think it is.
We'll check and come back in the round closing panel. And Yoko's playing his Eldar.
Probably a similar list to what he was playing yesterday in the Invitational. So all the Eldari good stuff with Incarn, with Warp Spiders, with Night Spinners, and so on and so on. Definitely, Team Ignite has been prepping for this event. They've been.
I think they're all taking the same Eldar list. Not all of them, as in the whole team, but all of them that are playing Eldar, I think they've got the same list with 3 Night Spinners.
Yeah, because they were, brainstorming together, playtesting together. I mean, that's what teams do, and that's what we strongly encourage our listeners to do as well. Like, find a team, build a team, bounce ideas off one another, and yeah, you'll end up with something like this. So, all the top players bringing pretty much the same list, but a list that has been trialed and tested, and now they're just sheerly coming for pure results.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. We have to check what Ben's using, because if he's got 9 trucks and then 9 units that go into those trucks, the 3 Night Spinners aren't really impressive into that many units.
Yeah, not so much.
So he still has the potential to flood the table.
Yeah, we've seen Orcs being very successful at the WTC a month ago. That was a faction that was definitely not represented very much, and I think many people have slept on them. Including Team Poland. I'm looking at Pumba, who's sitting right next to us. So Orcs were one of the factions that definitely went under the radar, and people underestimated them. And then at the event, paired in the right way and piloted the right way, they actually could put a lot of pressure on their opponents, do a lot of damage to their opponents, and actually win games that were supposed to be losses. So it will be extremely interesting to see how Ben, a very, very experienced player, pilots his Orcs to victory.
Yep. Moving on, we've got Mike Porter playing Eldar against Tristram Allen playing Custodes. So that's definitely an interesting one. Again, if Mike's got Graveguard, they've got Devastating Wounds that now hurts Custodes much more than it did before, because their Feel No Pain doesn't apply against those attacks, so they are dying much easier than they did before.
And also, let's not forget that after the changes in the balanced data slate, Custodes, I mean, they're still a very strong faction, especially in combat, but you would no longer see the 10-man bricks that they used to bring that were extremely resilient, extremely powerful, especially paired with the Custodes characters like the Blade Champion that can give them advance in charge, or Trajan Valoris who can either ignore modifiers or do 12 attacks in combat or have a 2-up invulnerable save. So, they used to be extremely, extremely oppressive. Now, Custodes players
Probably
would
not so
probably.
much.
I mean, Custodes players would probably disagree with me. I know many Custodes players who have been quite unhappy about the changes because the bonus data slate hit them very hard. But from what I know, Custodes are still very dangerous. They are still in the game. Question is whether they are in the game against probably the most powerful army in the game right now, piloted by a member of Team England to the WTC.
Yep. Moving on, we've got Adam Lane playing Tau against Tim Barrow. Playing Space Marines. Disclaimer now that I almost butchered the name, or potentially even have already done so. Apologies if we do that.
It might happen.
Yep. So Tau, definitely a strong pick in the new meta after the data slate. We've seen Kyle bring them to the table yesterday at the Invitational, and so did Lewis. They've won 2 and 3 games respectively, I think in their brackets.
Yeah.
So I think they've already shown that Tau can go quite a long way, and most of our guests have mentioned them as well.
So Tau is interesting right now because it has turned into this, let's call it a mathematical army that relies purely on like crazy damage output. But it turns out that there is always a showstopper to even the most powerful damage output out there. Yesterday, that showstopper was Ines Wilson with his Dark Angels, or well, Space Marines, and a little bit of Dark Angels in the form of Deathwing Knights. I played against Ines yesterday as well. I felt on my own skin what the Deathwing Knights can do. Extremely mobile, extremely durable. Probably one of, if not the most durable unit in the game right now. And again, it's going to be similarly to the the World Eaters versus Necrons. Here, it's also going to be a stat check game and damage check game for the Tau. So if the Crisis Suits can dish out enough damage to actually put a dent in the Deathwing Knight unit, then probably we will see a game, 5 rounds. If not, Deathwing Knights being extremely mobile for Terminators, with their resilience, pretty much they can dominate the table, take the primary control. But then again, as we know, as we've heard from Kyle in one of our videos that we recorded before the LGT, by the way, go check them out, they're really interesting. So Kyle mentioned that Tau becomes really powerful round 3 and onwards. So if he can survive for long enough, then Kauyon comes in and all the buffs that Tau can get with rerolls, etc. And this is where the game actually properly starts for Tau. So yeah, we shall see. I mean, it's extremely interesting. It's like rock paper scissors at this stage, where it will probably boil down to the player skill.
Yep. Then we've got Nassim, who's playing Eldar, unlike the Space Marines he played at the Invitational yesterday. He's up against Stanley Pedal playing Tyranids. So Tyranids the only faction with a codex at this event. Very interesting to see how they will perform with the plethora of options they have compared to other factions. Nas is the only player that we know that's doubled up on the Wraith Guard. So he's going with a
valid
list build.
So he's going with the old style Eldari list with 20 Wraith Guard, and when we did interviews yesterday, it seems like a little bit of yesterday. So again, the most important part about bringing a list like that is that you need to feel comfortable with your list. You need to know what you're doing. You need to have a game plan for every game. And then even if the list seems a little bit old-fashioned, it can still pack a punch. Let's not forget this is still Eldar. And let's not forget this is Nassim Fouchain. So again, I think Team War Masters and Team England again. So definitely not someone you can scoff at. But then Tyranids, to me, a huge unknown still. I mean, I own Tyranids myself. The Codex, I can't really say it boosted them a lot. They are powerful, but it's not about the damage output. It's more about their secondary game. And yeah, we shall see. Excuse me.
I think with Nids, this is a typical first Codex release in the edition, so you're not getting that much of a power level compared to the indices. It's just like expanding on the options, which I think is quite nice. But then, yeah, I could see that some Tyranid players might be a little bit disappointed in that.
Yeah, so Tyranids right now, I mean, they are an army that plays the mission fairly well. They have a lot of reliable lone-ops that can do the missions. They have fast units, unfortunately not extremely durable units. So you will see them probably hiding for the first turns and then become oppressive towards the second half of the game. Whether that is enough for the Eldar, piloted by Nassim, I'm not sure. But yeah, best of luck to both players in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, 20 Wraith Guard, they've got a good defensive profile. Could be challenging for Tyranids. Then we've got Dan Whitaker, also on Eldar, playing against Edward
How
on Dark Angels.
Yep.
So is it Dark Angels, or is it definitely Knights and Gladius?
I think it's proper Dark Angels this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be interesting to see how other Space Marine factions perform. Definitely running something other than the Combat Doctrine detachment. Anything you want to add?
I'm trying to recall who Dan played in the Invitational yesterday, but
Didn't he play a Mirror of Clement?
potentially yes,
round?
and he actually no, that was Dan, and he lost his first game.
Yeah.
So is the question also of his psyche, whether that loss yesterday actually maybe caused some damage, and he might not feel as strong as he would have liked in that game. Hard to tell. Dark Angels, probably the strongest of the Space Marines factions right now. Again, bringing Deathwing Knights, bringing powerful characters to push them, bringing aggressors, bringing all the best stuff that Space Marines have before the Codex, because for what we know from the gossips and from the leaks and other information that we were able to get about the Codex, Oath of Moment, for example, is going to be
essentially.
I wanted to say redesigned, but yes. So right now it still allows you to reroll hits and wounds. In the future, rerolling wounds will be probably a stratagem, and it would, the ability itself would only allow you to reroll hits. So yeah, that could be a blow to the Space Marines. But then again, it's probably the widest, biggest codex out there with a plethora of units to choose from. So I'm sure that again, Space Marine players will be able to adapt and overcome.
Conscious of time, next up we've got Brian Sipe of Team Ignite and Team Scotland playing Eldar, so probably the same list as Yokel and Vic, from what we've heard. So again, triple Night Spinners, playing against Kenneth.
Not.
Playing Deathwatch now, that is so yesterday.
Yeah, that is. I mean, Deathwatch right now seems like a fan pick. I would say. So this is a faction that has probably taken the biggest blow after the balanced data slate, and they have fallen out of grace. So you don't see a lot of players taking them. Again, at the WTC, before the balanced data slate, this was the most played Space Marine faction out there. But after the balanced data slate, the change to the bolter weapons and so on, or that the weapons are now, the bolters are only now affected by their abilities. It is a different faction. It doesn't play well against all the factions. And again, being paired into Brian Sipe, who I think he can, you could pick an army and he would be able to play it perfectly. He came to, at least to recognition, playing Orcs. Then he moved to Eldar. But again, if you give him Space Marines as well, I think during one of the majors or super majors in the UKTC, he was piloting Space Marines and also came third or second. So there isn't really a faction that this guy cannot play, just easily pick up and dominate the field. So again, good luck to both of them, but I think here I would lean strongly towards Brian taking the win.
No hard feelings, Kenneth, but if you're taking Deathwatch, bro. Then we've got Stephen Roberts on Chaos Demons playing David Gaylord with his Imperial Guard, so another player that has played the Invitational and has switched the army for the main event.
Yeah, David went with a complete counter meta pick, so to say. So he knew that the top players in the UKTC are gearing towards being able to defeat Necron Warriors or Lich Guard Blobs, and David, before his wedding, before his wedding, he practiced with Necrons. But then I think a week or 2 weeks ago, he went to Greece to get married, came back, didn't have a ton of time to prepare, but he definitely had some discussions with his friends from Team Ignite, and he came to the conclusion that taking Necrons actually might not pan out the way he wants. So he took something that he is also extremely good with, something that he is extremely well acquainted with, something that he has actually won a major event with. So I think Southampton, playing in the final against Manishima. But he took Guard. Guard with... So after the changes, with some significant point drops here, there, and everywhere, I think only the no-loss elements of the Guard went up in points. So David is only bringing 2 Basilisks, and then he's bringing 3 Tank Commanders and the Rogel Dorn. So a lot of shooting, but also a lot of action monkeys to actually take up control of the table. So it will be very interesting to see how he fares against Chaos Demons, because Chaos Demons are bringing 4 big demons in Be'lakor, Shalaxi, Kairos, and Skarbrand. So again, not a very typical Chaos Demons list. I would say big demons now. I mean, you're the faction specialist.
They did take a points hike, so taking 4 feels a little bit to the extreme maybe, because at that point you don't have a lot of points that you can spend on chaff units, etc. So the ones that allow you to actually play the mission. Guard is definitely an interest. What potentially could be a good pairing for demons because of Bellicus Aura, of not being able to be targeted outside of 18 inches. But it definitely comes down to how both players will play the game. It's definitely not one where the Guard can play how they'd like to. So obviously, probably going into the middle of the chaff, then firing safely from the back lines and scoring in the late game. Might not necessarily be possible, because at that point, well, you've got nothing to fire at because of Bellicus Aura, so the demons can rack up points early on. But if they push too hard too early, that can be problematic. It also comes down to whether Steven can get rid of the screening units without engaging the greater demons too greatly, because then in return, if they can get within 18, the Guard can get within 18, they'll just get rinsed.
Yep.
They're not that durable. They got a points hike for a reason that I can't really comprehend. And yeah, if David manages to get rid of Shalaxi early enough, then essentially the demons don't have the damage output to hurt his tanks.
Yeah.
And at that moment, it'll essentially be game over, I think.
Yeah, Shalaxi being, the backbone of this army, costing 450 points right now. That's crazy, and that's like almost 1/4 of what Chaos Demons are fielding right now. So if she's not put into good use, then it's going to be a waste of points.
I think that 400 points, which he costed, costed before the data slate was a fair price. 50 points is a bit harsh. But I want to comment about David's moving away from Necrons.
Yeah, don't let him stop you.
It's kind of funny that 3 members of Team Ignite are taking Eldar, which Necrons are potentially good at now, or even better than they were before, because of the disappearance of the Wraith Knight, change to devastating wounds, etc. You can kind of get around being slowed down by having the Veil of Darkness.
The live shows, many people are wary of bringing Necrons to the event. Dick van der Haars from Team Netherlands, for example, who is one of our regular listeners. He even...
Well, for our patrons, well done, Dick. Keep it up.
Yep. He was hesitant about bringing Necrons, which is his main faction, and at the end, he didn't bring them to the LGT. He actually brought Chaos Knights, again, fearing that everyone will simply gear against Necrons and will dominate them, or, well, at least have the tools in the
Chaos
toolbox.
Knights, you've got kind of the opposite profiles, right?
Exactly.
On the defensive side, so
if someone is preparing or skewing into fighting, maybe let's not call them horde Necrons, but like, blobs of infantry Necrons, it's highly possible that they don't have the tools to pick up Chaos Knights with high toughness, good saves, etc., etc. I wanted to mention also Kyle Grundy, who played in the Invitational yesterday with his Tau. Obviously, no surprises there. His list slightly different, I think, about the loadout of crisis suits and so on, but still around 12 to 15 crisis suits in the list with cold stars, with all the Tau goodness, playing into Thousand Suns. And when we interviewed Kyle yesterday, again, he wasn't too confident about that. I think he's not very knowledgeable about Thousand Suns. That's what he said.
Are you not mixing Kyle's interview with Malik's? Because Malik was the guy that was very anxious about playing Thousand Suns.
No, I thought it was Kyle who said that his first game is into Thousand Suns and that he doesn't feel extremely confident about them due to like their movement shenanigans and all that jazz.
Maybe, but I really can't see where he might be coming from in that one. Tau's got...
Again, you're a Thousand Suns specialist, so tell us all about it.
Tau's got a huge points reduction across the board. Thousand Suns got a huge points increase across the board. So I just don't think that there will be enough of the Thousand Suns to withstand the pure
barrage of
firepower
fire
of the Tau. Especially where it's easy to get firing lanes, new KTC. So, and then again, crisis suits and all the battle suits, they've got rather okay-ish defensive profiles to defend against the spam of flamers you might have going on.
So maybe Kyle was just being modest.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, okay. And two more matchups that we have for you. One, Manny Chima on Chaos Space Marines going into Jack Buckley on Imperial Guard. And I want to focus on Manny's list again, because this is like one of the, we could say, going to this event, there are two main Chaos Space Marine archetypes. One with like 3 Forge Fiends, a lot of Obliterators, Abaddon and some Retinue, and some chaff to take up the board. And then the second archetype, the one that Manny is sporting, is just spam of small infantry. But by spam, I mean 3 units of 20 Accursed Terminators with Torments, one of them being...
Accursed Cultists. You said Accursed Terminators.
Sorry. Accursed Cultists with Torments, with Dark Communes. One of them being Nurgle, so able to use the ability to not be targeted in the shooting. A typical army for money, I would say, don't you think?
Yep, definitely. 100%. Requires the trolley to move around. So,
yeah,
yep.
A back-breaking army, but this is
typical
his style.
Manny pick,
This is his style. Last year, he brought 160 racks.
180.
180 racks.
That's how many you could fit, yeah.
Yeah, that's how many you could fit. Plus, I think Drazar. He was a little bit unhappy with that list because it did dominate the table, but it didn't pack a punch. Actually, Drazar back then in 9th was the only beat stick in the army, the only thing that could do damage. So if you mispositioned him or didn't get into combat, then probably you weren't doing enough damage. Now, Manny is bringing, small infantry that can actually pack a punch and doesn't die. And if it so happens that models disappear from the table, don't worry, they'll come back immediately. Torments with 2 damage, with all the buffs that they can get, like durability buffs for invulnerable save from Abaddon, or exploding 5s and 6s, I guess, in combat and so on. Lethal hits also. Suddenly, this army turns out to be a dominant force that can open up pretty much anything from Terminators to Knights.
Well, Manny's list is a bit interesting in the perspective that everyone's talking about killing 20 Necron Warriors, and he's bringing blobs that are a little less resilient than that, although he has more of them.
Yep.
So we'll see if that will be enough to power through, score enough points, and it'll also be interesting to see his game into Imperial Guard, where now he's got that little tech piece he mentioned yesterday that he forgot to include in his invitational list. So yeah,
the Nurgle keyword.
Yeah, first round and an opportunity to use that will be interesting if it does change the game into heavy shooting armies.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget that Manny played in the Invitational yesterday. He also went 2-in-1, I think, and then he scored the highest amount of points and became the lucky loser that got into the semi-final.
And Sweden won.
And is going to be playing in the final against Ines Wilson, who defeated Patrick Majson Mike on GSC.
And
So-
that game is today evening.
And that game is happening today evening, and yeah, I mean, he has the experience with the army. The army is now fine-tuned because in the Invitational it wasn't, and still he managed to score a lot of points, which means that the army is good at doing primary. It's good at doing secondary. We'll see whether it's able to actually withstand the amount of firepower that Guard can bring onto the table.
Do you want to cover any more of them? I think we've been blabbering on for
way
quite
too
a while.
long. It is highly possible that War Games Lab is already showing one of the games. We actually can see it, but yeah, let's transition.
Yep. So, guys, do check out War Games Live. That they've got a game going on right now. Potentially, I don't know. Vitalis is checking. We'll now do more research. We'll go take some photos. Might do a floor walk or two. You can visit and get dice, but if you're watching, you're probably not here, so it might be hard. And yeah, we'll be back by the end of the round. We might also visit Joe on stream when we've got some updates or with scores and such.
The tournament is in BCP, so if you're interested in the pairings, the rosters, the army lists, and the leaderboard, then hop on to BCP and check. The lists are probably only visible to the subscription users, but if you are one and you are interested in what is happening at the event, BCP is the place to go, so make sure you check out that. Or if you're in the vicinity of London, drop by and check out all the games yourself. I mean, there is nothing stopping you. The door is open, and there is just so much stuff happening, so many side events to the main event here, that you can come here, spend the entire day, and you're definitely going to have fun. So, yeah.
Yep, and make sure to follow us throughout the event to see whose name gets added over here to the shield.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, stay tuned, watch this space for more. We will come back closer to the end of the round to give you more updates on what is going on at the London Grand Tournament. Thank you, everyone.
And bye for now.
Bye for now. And welcome back, lovely people. We are live at the London Grant Tournament, covering it for you here from the Contact Lost studio with our guests, a guest that I will introduce in a moment, although many of you might find this face familiar already. Some of you, I guess, might have come here from War Games Live, because Joe is live streaming a game of his choosing to be shown on his YouTube channel and all the other social media, while we are here to do the live coverage, but mainly player interviews and round summaries. I am Contact Lost Tweak, also known as Tomek. This is Contact Lost Joker, and with us today, as our first guest, we have Mr. Adam Lane from Team England. Adam, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the event?
So far, so good. Great event. Looking forward to seeing what else comes of it, really. So, yeah.
Okay, so what is the faction that you decided to bring this year?
I thought I'd bring a really kind of fluffy faction this year.
Very fluffy.
Yeah. So I brought Tau this year. So.
Right, okay.
Always have been a fan.
Yeah, I've always been a fan. Yeah.
So a faction on the rise after the balanced data slate.
Yeah.
So what has changed about Tau that made you actually bring them?
I just thought I've always loved playing Tau. The playstyle I really enjoy, moving fast and shooting things, and just having that kind of one-shot punch is just fantastic. And so I genuinely just enjoy playing it. I also felt it was a reasonable meta choice into certain things. It still feels like there's a couple of rough matchups. So Eldar's rough. CSM can be a bit of a game. Orcs can be a bit rough, but the rest, it's kind of, I felt like I had a game into most other things. So I've had a lot of stuff going on with life, and I wanted something fun that was competitive, that I could also play over a 2 or a 3 day period. So something that I wouldn't find too taxing.
Yeah,
and
of course.
So crisis suits are that thing.
Sorry.
Would you say the army is fairly straightforward then, that you can, pick it up and go without having to put that many reps in?
To the first level, yes, because you've got a limited number of units that shoot and move. But to win games and do well and perform at a high level, I think it's extremely deep. So it's easy to see towers just point and click, but I think to play it well and to score points and beat the better opponents, I think it's very rewarding to get that right.
Okay, so tell us something about your first round opponent, your first round game. What was the game plan going into it?
Yeah, so I played a chap called Tim. His nickname is Spoons, which means he always comes last in the tournaments, apparently. That's from him. So, super nice guy, playing Space Marines, playing the Dark Angels, not Gladius. I think he's called the Unforgiven. By his own admission, he's not a very experienced player. We had a really fun game, and I won, I think, 97-28. So,
so quite a decisive win.
Yeah.
All right. So one would think that because this was dawn of war deployment, right? I think the first round. So his distance to you wouldn't be that far, and he could actually apply pressure early.
Yeah, so he had a Terminator blob, and his win condition was getting his Terminator blob into the centre and then into my army. But I was able to set up that he'd have to spend a turn in the open, which meant that would be enough damage into that unit that he was basically stuck. So he found himself trying to play the sides, but I also knew he was going to play the side, so I set up to counter-attack there. So he's put between a rock and a hard place with his particular list composition.
Okay, and what was in your list? Are we just talking crisis suit spam, or was there something more to it?
It's a bit of a 2x2, so 2 6-man crisis bricks, 2 ghost kills, 2 Tetras, and 2 of stealth suits. That's it. And then a bunch of characters. So yeah.
Okay.
So it's just a lot of plasma, a lot of the lone operatives playing around, and broadsides around the side just to have a bit of anti-tank punch.
And which unit was the MVP? Is it still the crisis suit, or actually maybe some action monkeys scored a lot of points?
I think the crisis. I mean, in that particular game, it was weirdly the broadsides because he had some tanks as well, and without those broadsides, he could really push, and I'd have no response to that because the cyclics can be quite poor into that. So in that particular game, actually the broadsides, I'd say.
Okay.
And how many crisis suits managed to kill themselves in this game?
4.
Which is about an average,
I think the maths is if I overcharge every turn, then I'll kill enough crisis suits to give my opponent max score and bring it down.
That's crazy.
So that's the nature of Tau. Is like you are going to give up probably 40 on secondaries, maybe 35 depending on what people pick. And so you need to go into a game with a plan that they're already kind of massively up on secondaries.
Yeah, that's probably something that's holding Tau back a bit, right?
I think
the
so.
fact that they're giving up so many in secondaries.
So yeah, I wanted to ask about that because this edition the vehicle keyword was added to the crisis suit. Is that the bane of Tau? Yeah, because every single opponent chooses fixed secondaries against them, or it doesn't matter that much.
I think that's what's keeping them from being at the very top, because the best players obviously know this. They're going to pick secondaries appropriately, and they're going to put you in a in the way I put my opponent in a difficult position. I then have to be the aggressor when I don't want to be the aggressor. They know that, and that's what's going to keep it from breaking through, in my opinion, to win this event.
Okay, all right. I have one more question that I wanted to ask, but a very important question for me. I know that at this event, and this is not probably a topic that many people talk about often, but there are plenty of neurodivergent people at this event. And you yourself, I know, you're a strong advocate for people with autism. So does autism get in the way, or does it actually help people playing this game?
Depends who you're asking.
All right.
So for those that don't know, I'm autistic. I spend a lot of time in my professional life. It's not my full-time job by any means. It's something I do by the side of my desk. But I do a lot about trying to get people into employment because they're very underrepresented, but also trying to get the workplace in a situation which is then right for people who are neurodivergent. So I'm quite open about this.
Yeah, I've seen your pictures like in the British Parliament and so on, or like in front of the Parliament. So
You make me blush if I had any emotions.
I mean, that's an amazing work that definitely, doesn't get enough spotlight, so we're here to do it.
Yeah. And you asked directly kind of how does it impact me? Is it good or is it bad? I mean, start with the bad. The bad is I'm very noise sensitive. I'm quite bad at social interactions, even though I can appear quite kind of sociable. I find, the way I describe it, I find it's extremely de-energizing if I'm not careful.
It wears you down.
Yeah, so it's just that this place is very loud, and for me that's kind of very de-energizing and kind of too much social interaction. By the end of the day, I can be sometimes a bit burnt out, so I need to be just really careful with my energy levels. The positives though are this is definitely one of my special interests, but also the structured nature of the social interactions really benefit me. So going to a pub or a bar, I find that really difficult.
Right.
Having a game of 40k for 3 hours, kind of know what's going to happen. So
you like predictability.
The real structure of that really benefits. So for me, that's a massive thing. And I think just generally within the community, some of the best players I think are neurodivergent, and they've kind of find a way of. This almost sounds bad. I don't mean to sound this way, but like weaponize their neurodivergency to be hyper focused, hyper specialized, see things that others don't, and think in a very different way. And I think I'm nowhere near the top of the game, but it definitely benefits me, how I learn rules, how I see the patterns, and how I work. So it's been a definite benefit for me, and I know others have had that too.
Okay.
Would you have any tips for tournament organisers and perhaps other players to make the events friendlier for?
I think there's a couple of things we could do. I think having some space which is quiet, if you see what I mean, and doing that meaningfully. Here, if I wanted some quiet time by myself, I'd think I'd be forced to go out into the green patch. So it's available, but it's not necessarily friendly. So it could be kind of applicable to other people as well if they're having stress in their life or they need to take a phone call. Just having a quiet room or quiet rooms.
Touch the grass.
Yeah,
I
might
think would
even
be a
help if
massive thing,
someone approaches the game maybe too emotional as well, right?
Yeah. And apart from that, it's going to get... most neurodivergent people will have their own coping mechanism. So you'll see some people with earphones.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about
they'll
that.
moderate their own behaviour. So if they're anything like me, they don't want any kind of special adjustments necessarily. But there are certain things which could be super helpful, which are very modest changes and, in my mind, quite inexpensive.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, my son is also autistic, and like everywhere we go, we bring those sound cancelling headphones. Like such simple things sometimes get in the way, like going to the bathroom. All those hand dryers that are extremely loud. My son will not go into a bathroom like that if there is a hand dryer because he is afraid of the sound or just and again, as you said, a place to just chill out in the quiet, because many people don't realize that neurodivergent people, when they are overwhelmed with stimuli, then at the end of the day it's very hard for them to calm down and so on. So yeah, tournament organizers out there, if you have a possibility to listen to Adam's advice or consult Adam about this, then by all means do, because we want to be an open community for everyone and we accept everyone, and this is a game of social contract and mutual understanding. So yeah, you are all welcome.
And just to note some of my opponents, and this is on me to kind of figure it out, is I sometimes get social cues wrong and laugh at the wrong thing. So sometimes my opponent will roll badly and I think he's seen the funny side of it and I'll laugh and he really hasn't. And that's kind of led to some very serious consequences for me personally. I mean, I've had to learn that, and there's no way of me I don't know what I do, but maybe I just need to have a conversation with my opponent at the start. But it's kind of
setting the expectations, basically.
Yeah, I think we're still in the infancy of kind of understanding neurodivergent people and how to interact with them. And again, I don't think it's for the world to change. I think it's kind of finding it's a two-way street.
Oh yeah. Both sides need to communicate openly about
but
this.
I've definitely messed that up at times at the table, and it's like it comes across as a sportsmanship issue. And I know if anyone else is like me, I imagine they've had the same sort of experience.
Yeah. Like my son usually takes things very literally. So, if at one time I joked that, your performance at school was a bomb. And he was like, a bomb? Where? And, he really took this seriously. So, mutual understanding is the basis of every interaction, also here at 40K tournaments. Adam, it's been a great pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
An important topic that I feel we touched upon. Good luck in your future games.
Thank you.
And, maybe we'll reach out to you in the next days to have you over one more time.
I hope so, but I doubt it. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
But good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciated it.
And we'll be back soon with next guests, so stay tuned for more.
Hello again. So we just had Adam Lane on before. We will now have Aiden Smalley, the top 1 Death Guard player in the UKTC and a personal crush of Tweak, come on in just a moment. And I don't think I'll manage to give you any score updates before they're here, so why don't you do the overlay thingy and our guests will be live. Proper punditry it is.
We'll have you in the middle, and then we will hug you.
Co? Nie wiem. Okej, dobra. No szukałem... Tak? Ja szukałem kontaktu z tobą, tylko wtedy.
It's like a job interview.
Yeah, almost. But we should be on the other side of the
Small
table.
tense.
Aiden, Joker, Aiden.
That's it, man. Aiden. You just said that.
That's my personal hero. So
I'm still here. Wow, that's
I
impressive.
did just introduce you as his crush.
And we're back again after being back again just a couple of seconds ago. But, I had to bring an important guest, someone who has just won his game, spoiler alert, someone I am very strongly fanboying about. So,
Come on. Bring it in.
We have Aiden Smalley, everyone. So, my Death Guard hero of the Disgustingly Resilient podcast, who has been doing an amazing job online of advocating for Death Guard, advocating for all the Death Guard players, representing the faction the best way he can. I think you are top ITC Death Guard player right now?
UK at the moment.
UK,
I've not been to enough bigger. Hopefully this is the one.
Yeah.
Hopefully this will put it to the top. I think I'm like 6 at the moment for global, but hopefully.
Yeah, but still, with Death Guard, that deserves a round of applause. So, yeah, tell us about your list, about your first round, something about your opponent. How did it all go?
So I feel like I got a bit lucky in my first round. It was a fella's first ever event. It was Ultramarines, sort of like, it was definitely like, starter box kind of content, so I feel a bit bad talking about it, but it was still, we still had a great game, still made sure that he had plenty of laughs and whatnot. It wasn't just like, hey, I'm going to smash you into the ground, you're going to be miserable and you're going to hate coming to events. Cause
You'll never come back again.
Yeah, exactly. The second he was like, the first event, I was like, okay, Aiden, off the gas a bit. So,
I'm gonna hate it, but do like my Facebook page.
Become a member.
it was like, you can sign up, you can subscribe, maybe you can learn how to beat me. No, but I'm running my sort of like toolboxy Death Guard list still, so Plagueburst Crawlers, Mortarion, some little units of cultists, Nurglings, you've got to have your Nurglings, minimum size Death Shroud, so there's no like brick, there's no like, solid sit in the middle of the board and we're just going to try and outstat you. It's kind of like all the tricks around the hell. Brought a Hellbrute. Boy, is that a regret already, but I wanted to try him out, and you got to just test him some way. I'll test him at LGT.
Why not?
Yeah. But it was kind of one of those games where he brought a lot of power armor bodies that weren't in transports, weren't in reserves, and I'm sat there with 3 Plague Burst crawlers, a bit like, So the 10-man Hellblaster squad vanished, then the Sternguard 10-man squad vanished, and once the big threats kind of started going, Mortarion becomes very hard to kill when you don't have when you only have bolt guns left.
You don't have the tools.
Yeah, so at that point he kind of runs over the game a bit. He did do a lot of damage. I still hate Lancers; they really hurt. Gladiator Lancers when they connect, they just awful. But also the deploy. That's probably I'm glad that's out the way, because that's probably the worst mission for Death Guard.
Yeah.
Because Dawn of War deployment, like you kind of want to do like the Mortarion Death Ball with the ignoring all the modifiers. And obviously you don't get that when you're playing on, the sort of like long edge of the board and you're having to split out, especially with a 3 in the middle. But no, it went pretty well. I'm quite happy with it. They, like I said, tried to make sure you had a fun game of it. But still, at the end, when it was sort of like, you've secured it in the bag, like all these threats are gone, we'll just start making stupid stuff happen. Let's have characters fighting characters. Let's sort of like, let's leave this one intercessor alive with his Thunderhammer and see what he can do. Apparently killing 2 cultists is not something he can do. He charged in and whiffed every 4 up to hit, and then was like, And then the cultist punched him back and took a wound off him as well, which was quite nice.
That's very unlucky when that happens.
It is very unlucky.
Especially in the first event.
So even though the game maybe, with all due respect to your opponent, wasn't like the biggest of challenges, let's make something educational out of it, especially for Death Guard players, since we have you here. What missions did you play? Did you play tactical or did you go fixed?
So on this one, I go tactical. My list sort of made more to be able to do tactical, with like all the small squads. Like we don't have, like I said, we don't play brick. If my list tries to just play for the center objective, it doesn't have enough large-sized units of toughness to be able to survive that. So mine's always based on tactical. So we got, like I said, the Nurglings and Deep Strike, Infiltrate 1, Deep Strike another unit. So just in case I get the turn 1 area denial, I have Nurglings there to score it, which actually happened. I got turn 1, I got area denial and deploy teleport homers. So those Nurglings scored both of them for like 35 points investment. Yeah, I know. I was like, yes. I was like, that's good. And then again, like we got investigate signals, engage on 1 turn. Again, another Nurgling unit dropped in a corner. I had Typhus drop in a corner with Death Shroud because he had an assassin who was on the roof, sniper assassin. And I managed to, because it's not shoot and attack, his spell. So he dropped in, they investigated the signal in the corner, scored engage, and then he did his little spell and was like, sniper, gone.
Amazing.
So that was, again, you can play tactical pretty well with the list. There's certain things that I don't want to see, like a turn 1, take enemy base. I can't remember what it's called, capture enemy stronghold. That's not what you want to see. But I learned from my last event, if you draw a bad objective turn 1, don't burn it. I burnt a turn 1 objective and then I drew another objective that I couldn't do because you're not all over the board at that point. Whereas like turn 3, turn 4, you got units and more quarters and whatnot, so you feel safer to burn in those turns and don't waste it. Because I literally had a turn 1 where I got 2 cards I couldn't score, and then drew another card I couldn't score, and I was like, great.
So I had an epiphany yesterday playing Innis in the first round of the Invitational. That didn't go too well. But one thing that I didn't know was that you could actually exchange both your objectives.
What?
But you only get the CP for 1. But you can discard both if you don't like them at the beginning.
But you're talking at the end of the turn,
No.
at the beginning of the turn.
No, I'm talking at the beginning. You can discard, I think, at the beginning. Anyway, you can discard both and get the... Never mind, I'll check that.
If you're getting CPs, that's discarding at the end. If you're spending
Yeah, sorry, at the end. Like, if you have 2 missions that you cannot do for some reason.
Yeah,
like
you can discard
Oh yeah,
both,
you can chuck both.
Yeah, okay, so to me...
I think what Aiden was talking about is when you
the
draw
start.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all
the
right.
start, so the once per game you can burn CP and change one.
Don't mind me. I'll just go away.
You did mention having, or in your case not having, a brick that goes into the center.
Yeah.
Would you say that Death Guard is disgusting but not resilient enough to pull off such a build? Or
Yeah, I think, subscribe. Getting those plugs in where I can, boys. I'd say it's weird because Death Guard are sort of like, I think we're kind of like the new Custodes because we have the contagion for -1 weapon skill. It's also very easy to get -1 to hit in melee as well. So you know how you had Custodes which were kind of just unapproachable in melee? I kind of feel like that's how Death Guard can be if you take those big bricks of like Death Shroud, because you're going to take 8d6 potentially Overwatch because you've got 7 in the squad, maybe a lot of virulence somewhere, or anti-infantry flamers on your way in. Then once you get in, you're going to be -1 per skill, -1 to hit if there's Nurglings nearby, or you've got Typhus in the squad. And then they also -1 to wound, you can -1 damage it for a strat. All this stuff is like melee focused. So if you're actually against a melee matchup, I think you can actually be quite resilient. The problem is none of that works at shooting, unless they're really close to you. But there's an amazing thing with shooting people that they can do is they can measure 9 inches and then stay 0.1 away, and it tends to work. And then you don't get as much defensives. And I feel like those big 6-man death shard blocks, if you run into a shooting army that's good at shooting, if they really want to kill it, they can kill it. And that's why I don't do it, because it's great that you can just laugh at all your melee matchups, but 40k, especially at the moment in 10th edition, is more of a shooting game.
Definitely.
So I'd rather just like have the 3-mans everywhere, so I've been able to like, okay, you shoot it, you kill it, but I've only lost like 125 points, rather than, oh no, my 500-point brick is vanished.
Yeah, I've learned that
Sucks
yesterday
to
the
be
hard way.
beaten by a tape measure, right?
Yeah, exactly,
pretty
and
much.
especially when you're measuring 4 inches a turn, you can't really do anything about it. You know? They're just like, I'm going to stay 9.1 away, I'm going to move 4 forward, I'm going to move 6 back. It's like, yeah, there's not much you can do.
So one more question that I need to ask is also from like the Tactica point of view. Which contagion did you choose, and do you have like a key for, I don't know, I always choose contagions for -1 save against stuff that is like 3-up save, or something else?
It's weird. So there are some factions you can just like slap, like demons. You're never going to take -1 save versus demons, unless you really want to just prove to someone you can beat them, and then take it and just you know, flex on them like a bit of a douchebag. But you know, you could. But most armies, even like factions, I don't actually like lock one until you see the list. So for example, that list I played there, lots of 3-up armor but no invuln bodies. So -1 save is incredibly powerful. But you could also run into like all terminators for thing, which actually you probably still would take -1 save because we have a lot of AP1. But let's say Necrons is a great example. If someone takes a lot of like Necron warrior blobs with feel no pains, -1 save, it's pretty good. You're not really too worried about Necron output. Giving a -1 save is really important. However, if they took Lich Guard, Bricks and Orokin, it's all 4-up invulnerable. So it's not actually as impactful there. So even within the same factions, it's more about the list they've brought to pick your contagion. And I do think there's even a place for the -1 leadership and -1 OC. Again, against Necrons, if you, especially my list, because I don't have the big bricky unit, it's very unlikely I can just get a unit of Necron warriors with like dead in 1 activation. So I'm actually, if I run into a list like that, I'm genuinely considering the -1 OC, -1 leadership, mainly to make the battle shocks fail easier so they can't do all the reanimation. And then rather than trying to kill it with 1 unit activation, we'll just dump like 3 Plague Burst Crawls and 1,000,000 flames into it, and they can't reanimate because the battle shocked. So it depends, but it's really, I think one good thing about that rule that we got given is it's really going to reward people who play the faction a lot, because you're going to learn the matchups, but it's not just the matchups, it's the list matchups. And it allows you to express that player skill of like, okay, I've played this army a lot, I know in this specific scenario I need X, and in this specific scenario I need Y. And it's not just as cut and dry as, oh, it's Space Marines -1 save.
So, I've got a question. DevGuard got a big buff in the data slate, right? But before that happened, they were absolutely garbage.
Yeah.
0 showings at the WTC, etc. Win rate below 40%, I think.
Yeah.
How do you stay motivated being a faction specialist and playing the game with your favorite faction when it's just not doing so well, to say the least?
I think you can look at it a bit like a challenge in a way, and if you've ever won with a faction that people like look down on, like that's the faction that can't win, especially because unfortunately internet discourse is like negativity rules, unfortunately. So you're constantly being told, no, you can't win, you can't even go 2-3 with Death Guard, haha, you can't even go 1-4 with Death Guard. I managed to go 5-0 before the balance update, and that rush, mate, that rush is insane. It's just like, I did it. So you just,
I'm going to start a YouTube channel now.
Literally, I'm like, let's go. So like going forward, and it does. I understand like it's demoralising sometimes, because even I felt it. There'll be some games where you played against like especially the top armies, and you're like, what can I actually do in this situation? But one thing you got to always try and remember is the game is always changing. It's always evolving. Metas come, metas go. My models look cool. They'll still look cool in 6 months. The rules might change, but they still look cool. And you kind of like find your niche. So it's not about going 5-0 with Death Guard at that point. It's about what's the average. Okay, the average win rate is like 32%. If I win 2 games, I'm better than the average Death Guard player technically. So then you win 3 games, and then you're like, oh, okay, this is getting spicy. And then your 4th round opponents brought Harlequin, so you get a free win there. So that did kind of happen. But I'll take that. And then the next minute, you know, you're on the top table, and at that point, like, who even cares if you lose? Because you're on the top table with Death Guard. Everyone's just like, how'd you do that? And you're just like, But also a lot of people that when you play the underrepresented factions, the underdog factions, a lot of people don't tech for you, and also don't understand your army because they just go, oh, I auto win versus Death Guard because the Death Guard, and then they're playing you like, wait, you can do what again? What? How? And then you catch them out on a lot of things, and you can obviously don't gotcha people, but you know they move into a position where next turn you can like move like you said, the cultist, the scout, the advanced spoil blight. That happened to people, and then the next minute, sorry, my mates are outside waving at me. So you can do stuff like that, and then
they go like, you can do that.
Yeah, like when you shoot custodian, a unit of 4 custodian guard behind a wall, and pick them up with just plague burst crawls, they're like, didn't see that one coming, and you're like, yeah, I can indirect, boy.
So is there any matchup that you are dreading right now? Is there anything that Death Guard,
absolutely
even with your like skill level, still dreaded?
Tau is a pain. It's again, we talked about before about having much better defense against melee. You've got the faction that is all shooting and also quite mobile. The crisis suit blocks are not nice. You know, they're going to pick up a lot of things. I'm kind of more lucky the fact it's gone. Like I said, if I bought a big brick unit, that's just going to get deleted. Yeah. Thankfully, I have all the little tools, so I think I've got more play than like someone that brought like 12 big units of Death Shroud or whatever. But at the same time, Tau's always been our like crutch. It's always been our nightmare. We like mid-range brawling, Tau like staying away and doing their thing and shooting away. We don't have the speed to catch them. I put some bloat drones in to try and help that out. Obviously, Plague Burst models are still good. That's one faction I will probably take fixed against, try and bring it down and deploy teleport homers. Just try and sort of keep a unit in the middle. Even with just Nurglings in there, because they don't have... I don't think Tower take you indirect at the moment.
No.
You don't set SMS.
I mean, they bring it for movement shenanigans, not for damage output.
So your Nurglings should live at least a couple turns of doing that. And if it forces anything that forces them to come closer to get angles to shoot that, that's why Plague Scrolls are good in Death Guard, because if you can't go to them, make them come to you. But again, if they can play the waiting game till turn 3, which they possibly can, because we've all seen what Tau do when they hit turn 3, it's not pretty. So that is probably the thing I dread the most. Also, Fire Prisms are still really annoying. It's just the fact, like, because the annoying thing with Fire Prisms is if one drives up into contagion range and it's -1 ballistic skill, even though the other 2 are drawing line of sight from it, they're technically not within contagion range, so those shots will ignore all that stuff. So it's like, again, it's another way to stay outside of the range of contagion. So even if you get a choke point where you can't get the angle unless you go in contagion, they can then just do the Fire Prism trick and then they're still ignoring it, which is really annoying. And of course, it's still Eldar. Like, Phantasm is your bane of your existence. So they're probably the 2, which is not great because they're very strong at the moment. So I think Tower is very popular here at the moment. But I mean, if you run into those matchups, you just got to do your best, don't you? You can't. Don't be defeated. Don't go in, but I've already lost. Just give it your all. And if you lose, again, you're playing Death Guard, mate. Like, people aren't going to be like, he should have won that game easy. You're going to be like, yeah, you lost. But he's playing Death Guard. You give it a good try.
I was experimenting with stuff.
Yeah. It was the dice. Yeah, the dice.
Hellbrute.
Yeah, they have to do the Hellbrute every time. Blame the Hellbrute. But,
right, okay, Aiden, this has been an immense pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
As I said, I am a huge fan of your podcast. You should be as well, if you want to learn how to play Death Guard, or if want to know how to play against Death Guard. So,
Don't tell them that bit. Don't tell them to kill us.
I mean, while they listen, they will
You can't
eventually
beat Death
learn.
Guard. You can't. Just give up, turn 1, concede, give me the 100, we'll be happy.
That's why he has a successful channel and we are getting it. Right. Okay, anyway, we'll let you go. Probably you want to eat something, prepare yourself for the next round. We will go dark for just a second to reshuffle here and so on, and then we will discuss some of the results of the games that happened. So stay tuned, because we will be right back.
No.
Yeah.
And we're back. So we're gonna give you a little bit of an update in terms of scores, the ones that we've managed to grab before going live. In terms, we've also done a little bit of research to find out some more prominent players, what they're doing. The round has actually officially ended a minute ago, so if you go into BCP, you should have all of the scores there.
That's great.
Where do we start then?
I mean, I guess we can start with a little bit of, I don't know, self-promotion, because for the first time ever, I think, we are also publishing things to Instagram, or the London Grand Tournament is publishing things to their Instagram, where you will find more interviews done by yours truly, so Joker and myself. We did an interview with Anthony Vanilla, who spoke about his game against Necrons, and I think we can start with that, because Anthony, quite interestingly, has brought World Eaters to the tournament, and he was playing against Necrons, and from what I hear, he did quite well. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so we were discussing that game in our first panel a little bit, our predictions or guesses on how that might pan out. I think Anthony was the first person to actually finish playing their game, or one of the few.
I don't think their game lasted a full hour.
No. So he won that game, scoring 96 points to his opponent Duncan's 23.
Yep. So that was World Eaters versus Necrons on Dawn of War deployment. So from what Anthony says, I mean, I don't want to spoil everything that we put into that fairly short but still informative interview on Instagram, but his opponent was quite fresh to the game, I think, hasn't ever played World Eaters, and even despite the fact that Anthony explained what his army can do, I guess what his opponent was supposed to do was to pick the units that he is going to feed him throughout the game, so that Anthony has to commit to them, but the things that are actually important stay in the back and can still dish out some damage. That didn't happen, so his opponent just moved his Necron warriors to the center of the table, got charged, absolutely wiped or mopped up from the table, and that actually describes how the entire game went. From that point onward, it was just rinsing until no Necrons were left on the table, and they managed to complete the game within an hour. I've been there at the table when they finished, so I know that Anthony actually, had an amazing chat with his opponent, trying to explain to him for future rounds and so on how the World Eaters actually play, what Angron does, what the army rules are, and so on. So Anthony was actually quite amazing about that victory and didn't let his opponent feel miserable after it.
Yeah, that's good to hear. So, in terms of other games that we've managed to get the scores in, we've had Mike Porter win his game, scoring 98 points to his opponent's Custodes getting 61. Then we've got Nassim also won his game, scoring 98 against Stanley's Tyrannid, who's managed to grab 24 points.
Yeah, when we were walking around the room, we actually met Nassim running around the room getting something done, and we were like, "Are you done with your game?" No, we were like in turn 2, but I already 600 points of his army, and he's now doing his movement. I just went on to check on a friend or something, so he knew he had that. He knew that the score was secured already in turn 2. So again, another game that went pretty smoothly for I guess the favorite in that matchup.
Yep, we've got Dan Whittaker 92 points against Edward 60. Brian Sipe got 90 points against Kenneth 33. David Gaylord won his game, scoring 85 against Stevens 54.
So again, that was Imperial Guard into Chaos Demons.
Yep.
So it's amazing to see Imperial Guard doing well. The prediction was pretty close to that, I guess. We don't know the details of this game. If you want, we can invite David at some point and have an interview with him. And while you wait for that, you can go back to our yesterday's coverage, because there is an interview with David as well somewhere during the stream, so you can try and find that.
I think it was fairly in the early
Pretty
stages,
early, after round 1.
He did have to drop
Yeah.
the invitational afterwards. Nevertheless, moving on, we've got Josh Roberts scored a perfect 100 points with his Chaos Knights, so a good start against Princess Christina, who was playing Black Templars, scoring 24. What else have we got with numbers here? TJ Lanigan won his game, scoring 85 against Dan Hill's Chaos Knights, who scored 67. I think that was very close.
I mean,
Looks fairly close.
It looks fairly close, but I know. So I spoke to TJ yesterday in the evening, and he was kind of worried about this, because He's playing Genestealer cults, and for TJ, if anyone knows TJ is like a Chaos devotee. So he actually told me that he hasn't played anything other than Chaos since like February this year. So I don't think he got like a whole load of practice. He was also fairly uncomfortable with the fact that he wasn't actually bringing his own army. He's playing Innis's army, so Innis actually provided the miniatures to him. So so he needed to like sit down, look what is what, and so on, and understand his army. But I guess it's just a warm up. TJ is an amazing player, and GSC is such a toolbox that he'll definitely make the best of it. So
Chaos Knights aren't necessarily the best matchup for GSC. I mean, we've seen at the WTC already that people try to prey on GSC with the Chaos Knights, and then the numbers show that it was somewhat successful. So and then we've had the data slate come in, which made the GSC take a hit, so we could only assume that this matchup has become even better for the Chaos Knights. But TJ managed to
spin this around,
and bring the win. So, in terms of people that we haven't mentioned earlier, we've got Jay Seaburn, who was last year's UKTC top Dark Angels player. And he is playing Dark Angels, albeit in the Gladius flavor. So, using the Space Marine detachment, he managed to score 100 points against Adrian Gunray, who was playing Necrons.
Sweet.
Then we've got something which I feel is a little bit of a surprise. So Liam Calabout, that was one of the Unconquerables, playing in the Invitational yesterday, lost his game against Luke Townsend, 77-81. Luke was playing Chaos Demons, so something that I would say is actually a favorable matchup for the Chaos Space Marines.
Yeah, like most matchups, I would say, right now.
They're very good, top the meta, so...
But again, the score was very close. Like WTC standard, that would be a draw. Here, it's a small victory, but still a victory. So
so that's what matters. Then we've got Franco McDonald, so the guy that has the True Demon Lord blog, very dedicated Demons player, playing John Swallow. So
our guest from the podcast from a couple episodes ago, where we talked about tournament prep and so on. Again, do check out our channel. Do check out the LGT's Lucky 7, the series that we did for preparation to this event, because we had plenty of celebrities, plenty of guests who were talking about amazing topics. They gave us their top 7s of something. So top 7 ways of dealing with Eldar, top 7 ways of prepping for a tournament, top 7 melee units going into the LGT. A lot of interesting stuff. So if there is any sort of downtime, or even when the tournament finishes and you still want to learn something interesting that is still up to date, go check out our channel. It's full of that good content.
Then we've already had Aiden on, so again, just to reiterate, he scored 90 points against Josh's Space Marines, who managed to get 68.
Makes me happy, Brit.
Next on the list, we've got Chris Patterson playing Eldar, a guy who's won the Goonhammer Open recently, of Tryhard Wargaming, playing Ian Tesh on Tyranids, but we don't have the score for that.
But you might have it in BCP, we just don't. We're obviously not looking at it right now.
If you look.
But if you want to check out the latest scores and the future pairings for the next rounds, although those might not have been published yet, but make sure that you head on to BCP, West Coast Pairings website or app, and you can check it out there. The lists are also there, available for subscribers, so become a subscriber today, and you might get access to all those sweet lists that will probably set the trends for the meta for the upcoming tournaments in the future.
Definitely. Next up, we've got Dick van der Harst playing Chaos Knights. He won his game scoring 84 points. We're always rooting for our contactless patrons here. So we'll definitely be following them and letting you guys know how they do.
Yeah, we really wanted to bring Dick to our desk to do an interview, but unfortunately I think he has lost his wallet in the taxi on the way here, and he is now trying to sort this out. So let's hope he gets to play in the second round. Let's hope he gets his money back and his ID and whatever was there. But at least he managed to finish the game with a good score. I was at the table when he was playing his opponent, and I think somewhere around round 3. All the baby knights were still on the table around the middle line of the board, and his opponent had a single Forge Fiend, 2 goats, and maybe 1 character, and that was it. So I think quite dominant play from Dick in this one.
Although his opponent did score 59 points, so did manage to pull a couple of points, but nonetheless, Dick takes the win. Then we've got Clement Tournade, I want to say. Okay.
Clem. Let's just stick with
let's
Clem.
stick with that. 'Cause it's risky. He played Ben Faulkner with Tau, so an interesting game. 2 top meta armies. We don't have the score for that one, so go check it out on BCP. Will Whitaker with Chaos Space Marines was playing Sebastian Jeffries and Thousand Suns. Michael Costello with Imperial Guard playing double Rogue Outdoors.
Sweet.
Not much of an Imperial Guard fan, but I don't think that's the most popular list build. He's been playing James, Samson, Foster, and Eldar. So again, Eldar still very strong. Interesting how a faction that got side graded, I want to say, in the data slate.
Not really
is now-
downgraded.
Yeah. So they've got a points hike on the indirect, but a little bit of decreases across the remainder of the book. So yeah.
Yeah, but I'm
That's that.
I'm actually not very surprised that Mike brought 2 Rogel Dorns, because I think they went down in points, like 25 points or something like this. So they are an interesting choice right now. David Gaylord also brought 1 Rogel Dorn, but instead of bringing another one, he decided to bring 3 tank commanders. Which is also a good choice, but it depends what you want to do. Also, probably depends on what boards you are going to be playing in and what terrain. But yeah, absolutely a top choice there.
Yep, we've got Luca Bernard playing GSC, one of the guys that managed to get into the top 8, if I remember correctly.
I would even say top 4.
Even top 4. Even better for him. Scored 100 points playing Edward Lindsay on Adeptus Custodes. We then got another French player in Oliver, so the captain of the French team
France.
at the WTC. He's playing Space Marines, although now opting for Raven Guard. That's what his BCP says, although in terms of the game it's kind of meaningless at this point, because it's sub-factions aren't really a thing that much.
Well, yeah, but still.
Nonetheless, he scored 97 points to Roberts, Leagues of Votann, who scored 40.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a pattern there with Oliver, also known as Castor, because when he was at the WTC as captain of Team France, he brought Black Templars to the event, and that was one of the not many Black Templars lists out there.
I think it was the only one.
Yeah, exactly. So there was maybe 1 Blood Angels and 1 Black Templars list, and he took many opponents by surprise, teching into, I think those were intercessors that could dish out like really tens and tens of attacks that, again, if you didn't know what that list, if you didn't investigate the list properly, then it could definitely catch you by surprise. And I think he's doing the same here. So I see that he has a knack for Space Marine chapters, and he likes to sit with that index and just find stuff that will catch the opponent by surprise, which is one of the tactics, and apparently it's working for him quite well.
110% credit where it's due. Oliver's really an innovator in terms of list building and an expert Space Marine player. I haven't looked into that list today, but the one Black Templars one you've mentioned already. The year before, he had a Salamanders list at the WTC, which also was one of a kind and took many people by surprise. So yeah, definitely interesting how C performs, and especially with the last outing of the Space Marine Index, essentially, right? Because we've got the Codex right around the corner, but not released just yet.
And by the way, if you want to check out Oliver and an interview with him, we've also done that, but before the WTC. So we did the Creme de la Creme series, and one of the interviews is with the captain of Team France, so with him. So he also mentions a lot of social media where you can find him and Team France and so on. So go check that out, because there, again, a ton of useful information, plus some information about the French scene. You might be surprised how much practice they put into tournament preparation. So yeah, absolutely something to catch.
Moving on, we've got Liam VSL playing Chaos Space Marines. He scored 100 points against Adam Johnston on Space Marines of the loyal variety. So Liam's one of the players that really became more known during the COVID era and rise of TTS. So it'll be very interesting how he performs in a real life, I want to say, event of this scale. He's obviously a top player, but...
Yeah, a very young player at that, and I know that, what was it, 2 weeks ago, he came to Poland for the Polish team tournament, so one of the, I guess, historically
Polish
biggest...
championship.
Polish team championship. It's
We
one
got
of
a lot of Polish team tournaments, so might want to distinguish them. from time to
yeah,
time.
you're right. So he came to that. He was playing on the team with Majson from Team Poland, and Duda from Team Poland. They took the top spot. Liam was playing CSM as well back then. Scored 100 points, so maximum points from all 5 of his games. That was a teams tournament, so he probably got favorable pairings and matchups. But still, that only shows that he has a lot of practice with this faction. He knows what he is doing. He really enjoys playing it. Brought it here. Definitely a player that many aspire to or look up to. And I think he is part of Team Ignite. So he is part of that huge 40k think tank, I might say, where top players exchange ideas and so on. So definitely he wouldn't bring a weak list to a tournament.
And he's definitely someone to follow in terms of list building, exactly, because he usually comes up with new things on his own, and then many a time other people can't really figure out how to best pilot those lists. So yeah, definitely someone to watch out for.
And also do check out, Team Ignite's, I guess, social media, because I know they're now running a fundraiser for for Liam VSL to actually be able to send him to Atlanta, because he won the golden ticket, but due to his young age, he isn't able to afford it. So if you want to help like a top-notch CSM player go to America and show the world how it's done, then
show the Americans.
Yeah, exactly. How the Spiky Boys do it, then absolutely do check them out, help them out, and it would be amazing to see him play over there and school some American players.
Yep. Then we've got Konrad Bartkiewicz, who was the winner of the first LGT, if I remember correctly. He's playing his Elder, as I think he usually did historically. Playing James Gascoigne on CSM. James Grover of Goonhammer on Necrons played Nick Hughes on Elder.
Yeah, James didn't have a change of heart. He sticks to his Necrons, which is also great.
Sticks to his Monolith.
I think so. Yeah. So that's also amazing. And definitely, again, Goonhammer after the event. I'm sure he will write all about it. So check. Watch this space on Goonhammer, because there's going to be plenty of articles on just that.
Definitely. Then we've got Ennis Wilson on Chaos Space Marines. So different than yesterday. A change of heart. Being a traitor to the Imperium. Playing Greg Jones on Imperial Guard. I know for a fact that Ennis did win that game, but somehow I didn't write down the score. So apologies on that. Then we've got a top player from Sweden. So Pedro Chavez. Someone that we're following due to the suggestion of Neil, one of our patrons. Mm-hmm. He's playing Elder, and he's won his game against Mike Seymour playing Space Marines. Mm-hmm. Then we have one of the matchups that we did mention yesterday, Chris Radford of Team Ignite, again, on Chaos Space Marines playing Paulie Wallace.
Of Real Space Raiders, I think.
So a dedicated Drukhari player. He was playing the Invitational yesterday, so we did have him on.
Gorgeous models.
In terms of factions, there's obviously a gigantic gap between Chaos Space Marines and Drukhari. Mm-hmm. In terms of player skill, well, they're both very good players, but I think that the gap in the faction power just doesn't give Paulie much of a chance. I don't know what the score was, but
definitely hobby-wise, I think Paulie knocks it out of the park, because his Drukhari army is simply gorgeous, like orange, black Ravagers.
It's absolutely fantastic. Whenever it pops up on my Facebook feed, I always leave it a like.
Yeah, so that's my go-to for artistic aspect of the Drukhari.
Yep. Then we've got Martin Verstik, so one of our patrons. Again, we're rooting for these people. He's playing Blood Angels. Not necessarily a favourable matchup into James McLean's Tau. So fingers crossed that went well.
Yeah, but you could tell us right now whether who won this game, because we don't have access to BCP here on the desk.
Yep, we've got Luke Quadlings, one of the Unconquerables, playing Blood Angels against Bornese Adeptus Custodes. I think it's an interesting matchup. Could be much in favour of the Blood Angels nowadays. I remember the WTC, which was obviously before the data slate. The Spanish team had a Blood Angels list that was skewed into playing Adeptus Custodes, which were top meta pick, very popular, and they performed in that game especially well.
Yep.
So interesting how that now looks after the data slate and changes to both those armies. Last year's winner Alexander Sacco, also on CSM, I think playing the exact same list that Liam VSL has. So they're also, they both are players of Team Belgium at the WTC. So definitely ideas must be exchanged very often there.
Probably
He's
sparring
playing Sean Capewell on Space Marines. So we seem to have a lot of Space Marine, Chaos Space Marines matchups, at least the ones we're looking at. And last but not least, on my list, we have Danny Porter, so a friend of ours, playing Leagues of Votann, so another faction that got a boost, but doesn't feel that much represented
Votann?
so far. Yeah.
I don't know. I spoke when I was walking around the room. I spoke to VT Jake, who also brought Votann, and he also
he's won his game.
He's
I
won
saw
his
that
game.
on PCP.
Danny, obviously, he played in the warm-up RTT yesterday and managed to
win his pod.
To win his pod with three very safe wins. I think Votann. Yeah, okay, I agree. They could be a sleeper. But definitely after a tournament like this one, we will probably see more of them popping up because they are very reliable. It's another gun line similar to Tau. And yeah, I mean, there is nothing stopping them from scoring and even fighting for the top spot. So I'm actually rooting for them this event, although I feel CSM have the tools to deal with them. But it would be nice to see Votann in the top 8, for example.
So then he did score 93 points to beat Mark Beaumont's Space Marines, who scored 33.
Right. Okay. That's all that we have for now. I guess we will go dark again for some time. Probably fetch something to eat because everyone's now outside actually buying food. So we might try and do that as well if the queues aren't too long. And then we
might
will
want to do that after people start the round.
Yeah, there won't be any people in the queues. Oh, that's smart. All right. Okay. So. I don't know what Vitalis is showing us.
He's suggestion walking somewhere. Oh, a floor walk. Yes, so we will try to do that during this round. So watch out for more content coming from us via all the different channels that we might have. So we've got this, our YouTube. The LGT now has an Instagram, TikTok thing going on today as well. So watch that space, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. We will be doing the floor walk.
Oh man, just stop. Bye. Hello guys, welcome back. Hello guys, welcome back. We're right down here where the action is happening at the 40k main event. You can see it all panning out behind me. So this is very interesting stuff. I'll give you a bit of an update in terms of the pairings for round 2. So you've got Simon Finney leading CSM playing against Alexander Sacco in a CSM mirror match essentially. So what is interesting about this round, actually, before I go into this further, is there's quite a number of mirror matches, and you see that some factions are repeating themselves more often than others. So moving on, we've got Danny playing Leagues of Votann against Jeff Calder on Orcs. Then we've got Carl Grundy in a Tau mirror playing against James McLean. We've got Jouko Johansson in an Elder mirror match playing Nick Hughes. Then we've got Manny Chima playing his Cursed Cultist spam against Sam New on Necrons. We've got Konrad Bartkiewicz on Elder playing John Sutcliffe on Death Guard. Then we've got Ed Watts on Grey Knights playing against Jakub Siek on Thousand Suns. Then we've got a real interesting one, a peach of a game. Alex Harrison on Tau playing Pedro Chavez on Elder. So this is definitely one game to look out for, and already in round 2 we've got 2 very good players playing against each other. Then we've got Kieran McNabb on Custodes against Nassim on Elder. Michael Costello against Omar Patel in an Astra Militarum mirror match. Dan Whitaker playing Elder against Richard Fleming, also on Elder. Innes Wilson, this time on Chaos Space Marines, is playing Luke Qualding on Blood Angels. So both guys played in the Invitational yesterday, albeit in different brackets. Now they're facing off in the main event. Again, round 2 already, 2 players have got it rough. Then we've got Liam VSL against Nicholas Willingale in a Chaos Space Marine mirror. Dick Vanderhaarst playing Chris Patterson. Dick's playing the Chaos Knight spam, Wardog spam. Chris on Eldar again. 2 good players, 1 game to look out for. It's actually happening right there now that we're passing it. So you can get a little bit of a zoom in. You can see the Encarn, a Night Spinner, War Walker, and well, a bunch of Baby Knights. So Chris has a Wind Rider blob as well, something that was more popular in 9th edition where you had Guide, you had Doom. Now in 10th there's no Psychic base. So all those abilities are gone, but well, we know for sure that the Eldar index is very deep in terms of overpowered data sheets, so maybe there's something there as well. Moving on, we've got Stephen, whose surname I dare not pronounce, playing Imperial Knights against TJ Lanigan on GSC. We've got Jay Middlecoat, who we had in the morning. He's playing Imperial Knights. He's managed to pull the win against World Eaters, which he wasn't super sure of at the time. Now playing against Gareth on Grey Knights. Adam Lane on Tau, playing Ryan Cook also on Grey Knights. Lewis Smith, one of the Unconquerables from yesterday, playing Tau again against Nate on Adeptus Custodes. Josh Roberts playing Chaos Knights against Kylo Turley playing Imperial Knights. So a bit of a knight mirror, sort of. James Colley on Imperial Guard playing Oliver's Raven Guard. Then we've got David Gaylord on Imperial Guard playing Mike Fawcett on Eldar. Stephen Carmichael Wilson on Chaos Demons playing against Jay Seaburun on Gladius Dark Angels. Alex Fowler Thousand Suns against Brian Sipe on Eldar. Will Whitaker Chaos Space Marines against Alex. Luca Bernard, G Circle, Dominic Drury Tau, Mike Porter Eldar against Joma on Drukhari. So Drukhari is kind of a surprise here, I have to admit. Means that they've managed to actually win a game, so good for them. What I wanted to say was that some factions I've mentioned a lot more than others. So Eldar, Chaos Space Marines, and Tau. Almost every game now includes them. From the winning people, we can see Jay here with his beautifully painted knights. We might want to take a look at them. So like I said, Jay's playing Grey Knights. Grey Knights, a very, very interesting army to play now. They got a bunch of points reductions in the data slate. They've got amazing movement, which you could argue gives a bit of an advantage, where you can dictate how the game goes if you play it correctly. Not necessarily, however, packing the pure power to be able to take care of knights.
Pure power.
Pure.
Reserves. Okay, so
Right, I think that's it in terms of updates for round 2. As you can see, we're here in the middle of the action. It's very packed, a little bit noisy right now. We've got 366 games happening. So tune in later on to hear more updates, maybe some scores, etc., interviews. You can find it all on our channel at Contact Lost, right here from London, the LGT.
Welcome back, everyone. Contact Loss Studio is back to give you the latest about the second round of the LGT, the London Grand Tournament. As usual, the games are still ongoing. We are still waiting for the end of the round. However, some games have finished already. Some players are already done with their games, looking to chill out a little bit, looking to eat something. But we've managed to secure one of those guys, Josh Roberts. Waste your time horribly to talk to us, but it's all for your viewing pleasure. And we will have 2 more interviews after that, hopefully, if the players don't get lost somewhere in the thick of it. So, yeah, Josh Roberts of Team England is here with us. Josh, tell us, what have you brought? How were your 2 games? And, yeah, how it all went down.
Yeah, so I mean, I've brought Chaos Knights with Demon Allies this weekend, which probably a little bit different. Most people thought I was going to bring my Eldar or something else, but I decided to try and be a little bit different in the meta and cause some headaches for some people. And also, I think when there's a field of over 750 players, it is also a bit luck of the draw who you play in those rounds. So I've tried to be a bit different and cause maybe some upsets. We'll see what happens.
So was this like a counter meta pick?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I think Chaos Knights certainly have some difficult matchups, but they're some of the less favoured singles armies right now. And actually, whereas into some of the popular lists, they actually have some good play. So that's what I was trying to do, and we'll see how it works out for me. So far, so good. I'm on 2 wins, but as I said, it's early days yet. There's still another potential 8 games, so still a long way to go.
Right. So in terms of list building, I wanted to ask, because I've seen and participated in discussions whether you want to take the 13th Warlock or Demon Allies. So what made you take Demon Allies?
So I went for 12 and the 2 Demon Allies. I think for me, it is by adding the 2 lone ops, they just give you a slightly different options. One, the lone op protection is very powerful, so you can use them out in the open on certain objectives when you need to. But also having 2 units like that where I can go and do, if I am playing tactical, I can do investigate signals. I'm not having to waste a night, or I can, or if you're going for beacons or you're trying to do certain objectives, sometimes you want to throw away a lone op rather than having to commit a whole night to do it. And also on LGT terrain, with the little pieces of terrain, a knight can't go in and still be hidden, whereas they can on the L's but not on the little boxes. So a lone op can tuck into those and do some of the secondary plays. So that was the logic from my side. I thought, well, actually, yes, losing 1 knight, sometimes a 13th knight in some matchups is better, but overall, the 2 lone ops just give me more play. And also potentially with things like the Changeling, if you roll that 6 at a critical time, it can change the game completely. So it just makes your opponent second guess as well.
So about your army composition, we know that you have the 2 lone ops. How about the baby knights? I mean, Chaos have the advantage that they have more baby knight options, but really there are 2 that stand out above the others. So I have to take at least 1 character. So I've got a Stalker, and I didn't take any more Stalkers because I've already got the 2 lone ops. In this list, I don't want to run more than 3 characters, because if you run more than 3 characters, you already give up Bring It Down as it's fixed. I don't really want to give up the potential assassination. I mean, people can take
no-brainer at that point for your opponents. So
people can take assassinate, but I'm only giving away 12. And then if they do take assassinate with 2 lone ops, you can play them quite defensively. So it makes them have to still take cleanse or another objective which lets me push into them.
And then what? Brigands, carnivores, huntsmen, or
so I've taken no huntsmen, so it's 6 brigands, 5 carnivores, and then the stalker. So I think the brigands are certainly the best shooting option. They did go up slightly. They went from 150 to 160 in the balance update, but the carnivores went down from 160 to 140. So that helped me keep the 12 knights. So the 5 carnivores. Also, with Chaos Knights and their strat to be able to move through terrain, they actually have quite a lot of play. You can push them into the LGTLs, and they're hidden, and then you can walk 2 knights 14 inches straight through, and that causes your opponent a lot of problems with pressure.
So would you call them your MVPs of the list, or are the brigands actually doing the heavy lifting?
I still think the brigands overall are the MVP, but if your opponent underestimates a carnival, they can win you the game because they've got the 14-inch move rather than the 12, and with that Chaos Knight strat. And the 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, re-rolling charges, their threat range is quite scary for a lot of players. So they help give you the board control so then you dominate the primaries.
Right. So tell us about your first game. How did it go? Who did you play against? And were you, prepared for that matchup?
Yeah, so I mean, for my first game, she was unlucky that she was running a foot slogging Black Templars list. So the problem that she had is then she's got to try and engage with me. I can sit there with 6 brigands and whittle down, and then when she finally got close enough, I can then hit her with 5 carnivores. So that was an unfortunate matchup for her. She was really struggling
especially on Dawn of War, right?
On Dawn of War as well. So I could go quite wide. So she couldn't sort of focus on one side, because then I can walk away from her and keep shooting her. And then it meant when she did kill, I think 4 or 5 knights over the game, but it was too late in the game after I'd controlled the primary for too long, and also whittled down too many of her key units. So that was quite a straightforward matchup for me. And then in my second game, there was a lot of knights on the board. I ended up playing an Imperial Knight list.
Interesting.
But they'd gone, with the changes to towering, losing bondsmen, they'd gone 12 baby knights as well. And then the way they can get around that is they don't have any character knight, but he'd taken an Inquisitor, so he can. The Inquisitor lets you still be a warlord even as an ally. So he had an Inquisitor with a unit of henchmen, and then he had the Caldis for the cards as well. So there was 24 knights on the table. I think that game was interesting.
The beginning of the meta when you compare knights to Imperial Knights, the Imperial Knights were the strongest. Now, with the changes, losing bonds with the Titan changes, the Chaos Knights are relatively nice. Carnivores and Brigands win out versus Hellbrigands and Warblades, even though he's not real ones. So, also first turn is quite big enough, because with like Majson for me, I could push my carnivores into the allies, they're hidden, and he has to respect that range, go too much, shooting much, presence and dictate. Yeah, so he can't, unless he takes the forward move, maybe not, for some reason they left them at 170, so it's slightly more expensive. His knights can't take a move, whereas the so when I get to it's 6 attacks and 2s, strength 12, so with 3s, he only gets a 6 save, it's decent to still damage each one. So carnivores are real problem.
Yeah, I wanted to ask whether the stratagem for going through walls is actually game changing or game affecting, or is it just like a threat that it's there but you don't get to use it every year? So we use it every single game.
Yeah, it's almost you use it almost every time because of the especially on these, because Sax elves don't have bases on, you can tuck right into those elves, even though the knight is slightly taller than the bottom of the window, because you've got a base, they'll still be tucked in, shot. For his knights, that's a problem, because he's going to go all the way around the elf, like going straight through, so that changes the
So, you also played the Inquisition this thing with you played a completely different faction, which, as it turns out, was quite a popular presentation. You then took a really popular faction, Votann. Why not bring them on the other?
So, for this, with the update to the meta, I just wanted to play some different things. I thought Votann got a lot better with their changes that been able to terrible. They were really strong. Points changes and the army really helped. But they do still have some different. The main reason I didn't take Votann to the main event is I tried that to playtest into the Wraith Guards and all this, and with the movement of Fantastic, just can't. And then the Wraith Guards just took too much damage, so that matchup just kept consistently losing Votann. So while I still take the invitation, there might be a Wraith Guard list in the end there wasn't. But in the event that I hit the other match I didn't hit the one GC Occult army who has the 20-man unit infiltrating. Votann have no infiltrate screen, they can't do anything. So Majson to deploy 9 inches away from my line, went first and then rocked into my deployment zone. Cutting me off from the table, and then he could just deep strike 3 inches away again and keep doing it. So I kept that game close up to 78-17 loss, but I'm always trying to fight out my but that can happen in singles when you've got wins. I don't think there's one army right now that has no bad matchups. Depending what the game is, it's quite a good place. So,
speaking of bad matchups, is there anything that you wouldn't like to face with your character?
So interesting, Votann are quite difficult. So I've taken a calculated risk there that actually my army's not considered a top meta pick, so they won't technically as much as
So, yeah, probably last question, and we'll let you go and we'll other guests in. This year you have been heavily involved with single challenge.
Yes.
Are you planning to be deeply involved next year? And then is the recruitment for that, is the preparation for that already happening?
No idea what I'm going to do. High chance of
Yeah, so we'll see. But anyway, you've been great. Joy to talk to.
Thank you very much.
And good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. And we will be right back with another guest. If we manage to catch Liam VSL, we are supposed to bring him in. So stay tuned for more, and we will be right back. So soon we will be getting Liam VSL, and after Liam VSL, the plan is to have Chris Radford.
Yeah. So that's the plan that we have going in. That's the plan that we've got lined up for the interviews shortly. Hopefully it pays off. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the technical difficulties we're experiencing. Unfortunately, it might mean that you missed some of the conversation we have had with Josh Roberts, but we'll try to make up for it. Our next guest is Liam VSL. Hi, Liam.
Hello, hello.
Amazing to have you. You're already someone on the rise, having won 2 games, scoring 100 points in each of them so far. So why don't you start us off by telling us about your list, maybe?
So I'm playing a CSM, like a MSU build, with a lot of Chosen and Rhino, and a lot of like MSU shooting, like 2 units of 2 oblites, 2 force field, and then some random stuff like the Blue Scribe, Selaski, and stuff like that. Rushing army, really fun to play. Really straightforward, but like, you know, like we like.
Okay, so Silisk is quite an interesting choice over potentially the Changeling. So what's the reasoning behind it? You're losing out on the lone operative, although Siliski is also fairly resilient.
He's like a Phoenix Lord, basically, a Phoenix Gem, guys. Like he come back on 2+. So it basically makes him unkillable because everyone is just ignoring him. So that's cool. So why the Changeling versus Silisk? So the main argument was that the Silisk is just like a good 2d6 flamer, which are damage 1, but really good against like 5-man spider and stuff like that. So he's really good for that. The Phoenix Gem make him like kind of hard to interact with it. And then he's good in melee because he has like 6 attack damage 1, 6 attack damage 3 in melee. In shooting he has 2d6 flamer plus 6 sweep attack. He moved 9. He's 9 wound for open 26, OC2. So he's quite good. And like the Changeling is in my previous list, I had CS and the Changeling. I decided to drop the Changeling just because I wanted some points and I had to make the choice. But yeah, Silisk is really fun and really cool. Like he tend to go in deep strike on the flank, and like deal with the random stuff, and then he just hold that flank. He's a little Fogan basically, a little bit not as good, but almost.
All right, so tell us about your games. Tell us about your first game. Who did you play versus? And then, I mean, we know the score, but how did the game go more or less? And was it actually, does the score reflect how the game went?
So first game was against Adam. He was playing Space Marine, like a fairly I would say casual list, like with like 5 Thermi, 5 Stain Guard, a little bit of everything. He was starting, so yeah. And my list is obviously like really good. Like I mean, at least he's like competitive. So and I was there like he made some mistake and I went all in on turn 2 because he gave me his army because he was new and so it ended up really 100 to 15. So it was quite a smash. The second one was a lot more interesting. It was a mirror, so it was a big blob versus little block. I was MSU versus like the 10 Thermi, 2 units of 8 oblique, 4 oblique, so 8 oblique in total, 2 force fiends. Me, I was more on the MSU, and it was a kill more, so I was like, maybe he scored a lot on that. But then I just figured out he cannot trade. So like I just forced the trade, like he had 3 Nurgling in the middle, so I sent my War Talon to, and then he has to send the 10 Terminator to kill the War Talon. So I'm there, you do that, I'm just gonna go and slap the Terminator and kill them. So I was there, okay, on his turn 2, he go first, do not a lot. Me, I send the War Talon to kill more or more. Kill more. So that's 8 points for just. So 5 War Talent for 3 Nurgling, but a lot of points. And then he went all in, put the 8 obliques, kill my 2 Rhino on the other side, shoot like 1 Chosen Squad to death, like the 10 men go from a 10 men to a 2 men with a Chaos Lord. And then the 2 other are disembarking behind a wall, but far away from the Terminator blob. The Terminator blob charged the War Talon, kill them obviously. And then I'm there, okay, now it's my turn to interact, I fed everything. He didn't screen properly, so I can like deep strike the oblate in his back, but like he overwatch 1, kill a blob, so I just put 2 again, kill a force fiend, focus the 2 force fiend, ignore the oblites, because the oblites are so slow that actually they won't score him point, he will kill me but not score point.
He already used the out of line shooting
so I can try to like avoid it, so it's okay. And then I put the 2 Chosen in the Terminator, like shoot with combi weapon, everything. And like he started to worry me because he rolled a lot of 4+. And basically what happened is that the first squad fight killed like 7 Thermi or something. Then the second one has to kill the last Thermi and Abby. And like the last fight killed the first squad killed 5, the second one killed the 3 or 4 remaining. Plus, like the Chaos Lord went really up. You know the Chaos Lord, like the big hammer damage 3. He went up, killed like all the Thermi and puts 3 wounds on Abby. So Abby is on 6 wounds. So then I roll the Accursed and do like 14 save. And he has like 6 save to fail, but fail 5. I'm there. Fuck, I only have 4 attack left. I know what's happening. Like, you feel it sometimes, right? So I roll my 4 Power Fist attack, 4 hit, 4 wound. I'm there, okay. But he rolled 4 up. And then I start to like sweat a little bit because like he basically eat a chosen squad. And I'm there, oh, no, he's gonna eat a second one. And I'm left with 2 Fortune and the Blue Scribe against 8 Oblit and Abby. I have a lot of points, so it's fine. But then, like, basically, obviously, 1 Fortune, 1 in face to overwatch him. So I'm there, okay, you charge the Chosen. I'm obviously going to overwatch with the Fortune, roll 8 shots, and I'm there, okay, that's a lot of shots. Roll 0-6, but 3-1. So it's undivided, so I can reroll. So I reroll, I do 1-6, it's exploding. So 2 hits, roll the wound, and I roll the 6, so Deva wound, so he was dead, I was there. So from there, I basically eats his army alive. And because like the game was so quick, like by turn 2 we had no army left. So then I go to the moon with the score. So it was 100 to 44 at the end.
I feel like you haven't really played a lot of Warhammer today, have you? Because I think you finished your first game within like an hour, and then similar the second game.
I mean, the best part of tournament is actually to chill around and watch the game, right? So
yeah, hang out with people and so on. Yeah, but I mean, you played only 2 rounds of that game, but it was the most visual description of a game I have ever heard. So that's amazing. All right, so listen, we know you, so I know you. From the Polish team championships that happened. I heard about your score: 5 perfect games, 5 20s, 100 to finish the event. I don't know if it was David Gaylord or someone, but one of the top players that I know described you as 40k god. So as probably one of the best, if not the best player in the world right now. Do you feel like that? Your scores confirm that, but do you feel very powerful? Do you feel like almost undefeated?
Not true. Like, I tend to lose quite a bit in practice because I like to try. I play a lot by instinct. So when my instinct is wrong, I lose, right? So I obviously don't feel as the world god because like I didn't play everybody in the like I never play like versus like Lennon, all the American guys, or not a lot of the UK guys. So like obviously, I don't think I would ever call me myself as a god. But
it's nice when they do.
Sorry?
But it's nice when they call
you.
Yeah,
obviously.
All right. And tell us, we've heard, again, from the Fireside podcast, that you have got the golden ticket to go to Atlanta.
Yes.
And you would really like to go?
Yeah, so basically what happened is that I won my golden ticket in France, start of April. But they had like a weird system where they basically found the French guys, and I'm Belgium, which is basically the same thing for a lot of the world, but actually is not. It's really important for me.
It's a different country.
Yeah, we are doing French fries better than the French. It's actually from Belgium.
It's called Belgian fries.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Should be.
Yeah, in Poland they call it Belgian fries. So.
That's good. That's good. So basically, so I'm a student, so I didn't have enough money to go. But then I was talking with a lot of friends, and they were like, you should just do a GoFundMe. Like, a lot of people will just give it. And then, in the end, it's after the BTC, I did it. And actually, my goal was filling in like 1 day, so it was amazing. So,
wow.
That was incredible.
Yeah, it shows the strength of the community.
Yeah, exactly. Incredible community.
So Atlanta is happening in November.
Yes.
Do you already know what you will be taking, or you don't want to reveal that yet?
I don't really care. I'm probably sticking with that list if I don't think anything better. But so right now I want to test Mono Demon because I like it. I want to test Death Guard, but it's not more because I'm mainly a WTC player and I need to have like to test every match to like. So for the team, I'm the Chaos guy, so I'm gonna like try Death Guard, Chaos Space Marine, and Mono Demon. And I'm also the Eldari guy, so. I want to play Eldari, but right now they're still boring emo, so like I'm gonna wait.
All right, okay.
But it's probably CSM, yeah.
Okay. I'm very interested in what you can cook up with demons,
Yeah.
You want to say Death Guard?
I want to say Death Guard.
I mean, I didn't open the book yet with Death Guard, so maybe there is. I don't know, but I'm not really a Death Guard player, but I own some Death Guard because I'm a Taurus guy.
All right. So yeah, everyone, watch this space. Watch Liam VSL because he is the chaos god, we can say. He's extremely good with this. Fingers crossed that you do well at this event, and
we will try.
yeah, I'm rooting very much for CSM to win this event, to repeat the success from last year. So it will be extremely interesting to see tomorrow and the day after tomorrow how it pans out. You've been a great joy to talk to, so thanks a lot.
Thanks to you to invite me.
Good luck.
Good luck with the rest of the interviews.
Thanks. Likewise.
Yep. Good luck.
And to our listeners, we will try to catch another person for the interview, so stay tuned and watch this space because we might come back in a few moments with another guest. So until next time.
Okay. Welcome back, guys. I will run through some of the scores in round 2. Some of the more interesting matchups we've talked about during our floor walk. Malik has managed to win the second game with his Admech, so that's very interesting to see. Obviously, always rooting for the underdogs. Now moving on, we've got Alexandre Sacco won against Simon Finney, scoring 95 points. Then we've got, who have we got more? Danny has managed to score 100 points playing his leagues of Votann against Jeff Calder. Kyle Grundy has also won his second game, scoring 97 against James McLean in a Tau Mirror. Yoko was playing an Eldar Mirror. He managed to win that 90 to 80. Moving on to the next page, we've got Manny Chima winning his second game as well, playing against some new Necrons. Who have we got here? Konrad Bartkiewicz, so one of the previous LGT winners, has also won his second game against John Sutcliffe's Death Guard. Ed Watts with his Grey Knights, scoring 85 against Jakub's Thousand Suns on 77. Alex Harrison has pulled a win over Pedro Chavez, so that was one of the highlight games, I would say. 87 to 84, so really down to the wire until the very end. The score definitely reflects that. Michael Costello has lost the Imperial Guard Mirror against Omar Patel. Dan Whitaker has won his Elder Mirror against Richard Fleming. Naz has scored 100 points against Kian's Adeptus Custodes, so he's on 2 wins as well. Let me move to the next page. Innes won against Luke, 91 to 85, so also a very close game. We've had Liam VSL on just now. He's won the CSM Mirror. Just going through it quickly. Mitch Beard has won his second game with Adeptus Sororitas. Chris Patterson beat Dick van der Haas 95 to 92. So again, one of the highlight games of this round, also down to the wire, which I think just shows that when two players of similar skill are paired into each other, the games are going to be very interesting, and hopefully we'll have more and more of those as we go. Moving on. We've got Clement has managed to win his game 97-71. We've also got, what else have we got here? Stephen Box won his second game, scoring 100 points against Gurvan Michels Aldari, who scored 39. Aiden Smalley won with his Death Guard, scoring 93, so he's, I want to say, the only Death Guard player on 2-0, but we'll see. The factions aren't exactly in at BCP, which makes it a little bit difficult to follow who's playing what without clicking on each and every single list. Vic VJ has managed to win his second game, 93-62. He was playing Peter Herbuild. What else we've got? Jay Middlecoat has lost against Gareth Perchon by 1 point, 78-79. That's very interesting to see. We were at their table during our floor walk, had a little bit of a look. As I was saying, the Grey Knights, a very interesting army to play now. They got lots of points decreases, but they're also very much, you could say, one of the fastest armies in the game, which definitely gives you a lot of options to play the primary. Knights a little bit on the back foot after Data Slay, although the Grey Knights might not have the best profiles to be able to fight them, but they've managed to pull the win playing the objective game. TJ Lanigan has beaten Stephen Amendzadi. Adam Lane has beaten Ryan Cook, scoring 100 points into 42 for his opponent. So Lewis Smith, one of the unconquerables, has played Nate Adeptus Custodes and won that 85-73. Josh Roberts we've had on, he's won his game against Imperial Knights in a War Dog / Armiger mirror match. 24 little knights on the table, that must have been pretty crowded. Then we've got David Gaylord defeated Mike Fawcett's Eldari, 100-42. JC Baroon also won his second game, the Dark Angels Gladius, against Stephen Carmichael Wilson's 4 Greater Demons. Brian Sipe on Eldari has beaten Alex Fowler's Thousand Suns 97-86. Will Whitaker has won his game, and we will now be back in a moment with Danny Porter, our personal favourite, the only Polish representative, although he's British. Give us a moment and we'll have him on.
And welcome back, everyone. We have another guest for you now, as promised, and a real treat at that, because we have a Votann player, a successful Votann player, who has won 3 RTT games yesterday and 2 of his, first 2 rounds at the LGT, Mr. Danny Porter.
On a roll.
Hola, Shema, which microphone?
Any.
Just talk.
Okay. Hola, hello.
So, would it be a mistake to say from Team Poland?
I mean, we've represented Team Poland at various occasions, so it's not a massive mistake.
Yeah, all right.
The only representative of the Polish community and possibly the only person in that community who's not actually Polish.
Yep.
Yes.
Exactly. So it's great to have you. It's great to have someone who actually brought Votann to the tournament. What made you choose them above any other army?
Honestly, the only physical tournaments in 10th that I've played has been Tau. And while Tau were really good in a really good spot, I wanted to change. And I love Dwarves. I love Votann. I played them in 9th. Big advocate for them. But mostly the change in the meta and the buffs, it actually made them a really solid stat check army. So I thought, I'll take it and give it a whirl. So.
Okay, all right. So what has changed about them? Is it just the point drops, or is there something else about them that
I think
makes them tick?
I think it's quite a few things. So realistically, the things like the Wraith Knights dropping, so not being able to just wipe out a full squad of half guard is one thing, because that was very popular and that was a big sort of gatekeep for the army. Secondly is also a bit of a shift in other armies allow Sagittars to be really cost efficient right now with 100 points. So 6 of them is really good. And then also, because you can then take them, you can take some half guard, it means you can take a really solid denial build when you bring a lot of warriors, which are now 55 points for 5, which obviously you got 10, but you split them across the Sagittars. So I think it's become, because it's quite point efficient on a lot of toughness 10 bodies, it's a really hard army for a lot of armies to deal with, at least turn 1 and 2. So you can play quite aggressively, and it's really fun.
So tell us about your success at the RTT yesterday. You played 3 games, won 3 games. Was that just like a preparation for the main event now, or?
Yeah. So basically, I've been playing a lot of Tau. I wanted to I've not been playing tactical. I've been playing fixed all of the physical games. So I thought I'll practice tactical to see if there is some play in there. But also, I haven't really played with my Votann in physical presence, so I thought I'll give it a go, practice it, because there's a lot of different dynamics than there is with Tau, and just get a feel for it. And now I'm dying, but it was fun in the end.
So you've been in the Polish community long enough, whereas neither the UKTC terrain nor the win, draw, lose system is popular. So what's your motivation to come to the LGT?
Honestly, being British, I want to go to more British events. Like I go to Polish a lot. We go to a lot of other international events. But sometimes it's nice to go to where you're from. Also,
Everyone's being homesick.
It's not really being homesick, but it's also a bit of a different dynamic, right? Different scoring, different. It's a different meta entirely, I would say. So I just wanted a bit of experience with that, and I've enjoyed it so much. Really, people are really nice, and there's actually a lot more good players than we expected, I would say. I think the average is higher than we expected in Poland, which is a nice change.
I really think that this year there's quite a lot more people traveling from abroad, I kind of feel like, for the LGT, but not only in terms of numbers, but I want to say in terms of quality as well. I feel like at least I know more people within the participants this year, so there might be quite a thing in that.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a lot more, let's say, national players from other teams have travelled. There's a lot from France, which is nice to see the French coming over. There's a lot from, I think, Spain.
A lot from Belgium, which we're just seeing over there.
The Belgian lads are over. We've obviously got Iceland, they're very popular.
Yep.
So it's nice to see a lot of different countries come over. I'm just kind of sad that we didn't bring more with us.
Yeah. And I don't see any like German representation. Like last year we had Fred Otto at least playing in the Invitational and the main event
he did
as well, I think. This year I don't think, or at least I haven't heard that there are any Germans.
I think the German sort of scene have a lot of events themselves. So they probably fall with their own calendars.
Yeah, makes sense.
So Danny, why don't you tell us about your games within the main event? So how did the first game go? Who and what did you play?
Yeah. So the first game was against Space Marines. So it was generic Space Marines, it wasn't like Black Templars or anything. However, they did have the sort of standard aggressor build. So they had 6 aggressor blobs. Then they had some eradicators. The usual. I forgot what the names are. The ones that come out outside of 3 inches in deep strike. Some
Inceptors.
Inceptors, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Some infiltrators with the Libby, so you can't shoot them. And then a couple of dreadnoughts and tanks. It was a good game. The problem is it's not really a game that they can win against Votann, especially if they don't. So I think the mistake that he made is he strat reserved eradicators and not aggressors. And also his Terminators he put in reserves. So what that meant is realistically, turn 1, the only threat that he had to really kill any of my Sagittars was the tank, the Repulsor Executioner, and his Ballistic Dreadnought. Which means I could then push all 6 up forward aggressively, and by the end of turn 1, I had most of the board. I went first. By his turn 2, he couldn't reserve anywhere, apart from the backline, which I allowed him. So all he could do is each turn, apart from his Inceptors, of course, his Terminators came on his backline, his Eradicators came on his backline. By turn 2, he just had no way to deal with it. And the whole point of the premise of the list is there's 6 Sagittars that you rush in someone's face. If you stat check them, can they deal with it? Most armies can't. I tried that with CSM yesterday with David from Glasshammer. He couldn't deal with 6. If he can't at CSM, then no army can. And then so they've got 1 turn or 2 turns to deal with that. While they're dealing with that, the half guard are then ingressing, moving up, pushing up,
Creating a second line of
completely holding the middle, and then they either come forward, and even if they kill the Sagittars, I've got 55.10 OC. They come out, they do actions, they roll block, move block. Some of them have melee weapons, so they do a little bit of damage as well, which surprises people quite a lot. So he just really struggled.
And you said that he should have reserved aggressors and not
So-
eradicators.
yeah, so-
Do you think that happened because of the power of a habit? Because eradicators are usually the ones that Space Marines put in
I think
reserve.
so. I think maybe it's a bit of underestimating my survivability, but also how much movement I can do and how much I can suffocate his units. Because he didn't put eradicators on the board, it means I am not scared. I can just push up. If he had done that, I have to play a bit more cagey. And if I don't, then I'm going to lose maybe 3 units or 4 Sagittars turn 1, which is not what I want. So it sort of gave me too much agency in the game. Similar to actually, the opposite happened in the Orcs game. Is he pushed everything up to kill my Sagittars. So what I did was create a trap where I put all 6 Sagittars in the middle board, ready for him in a line, so he could come and kill them. He did, but then right there, I've got 20 half guard ready to wipe him out. I've got all my warriors denying him all the primary, doing all my actions, and again suffocated him. He just couldn't deal with it. He had to expend too many units to trade with my Sagittars, and I managed to wipe them up. So.
Are there any pioneers in your list?
Oh yeah, I've got 2 Lords of 3.
All right. So just for probably movement.
No, they are amazing. I'll tell you why. So they have an ability where at the end of your opponent's turn, if they're within 6 of the board edge, they can strat reserve. So early game, they're really good at screening. So when you combine that with warriors who can sit on an objective, make it sticky. So if they die, who cares? You've got the objective, and then you've got the pioneers on either side, keeping them out of your deployment zone while you push. And then later in the game, when they can't deep strike, they pick up, come and join the fray, and you just got a massive numbers advantage.
So you said that if Chaos Space Marines can't deal with the 6 Sagittars, no army
They can deal with it, but not in one go. So like in one turn, they can't just kill all 6.
Okay, so are there any matchups you're actually dreading as Votann?
I mean, I would say Eldar. Like, I've seen 3 Night Spinners going around, and no one wants to play against that because, funnily enough, dwarves don't like moving at 3 inches.
No one does?
No one does.
With so many MSU units and those cars, do you really care? Does it make
depends.
that much of a difference?
It depends. I don't know how many people are going to watch this because I want to give the game plan away.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to assume that you got millions of watchers. 10, fantastic. But either way, the idea is if I can go first and I can push all my Sagittars forward, then they can't really deal with that. However, if I go second and he creates a wall and stops me, that's a problem. The other thing is anything like that's massively hoardy, and that sounds really silly because I've got half guard, but if they can hoardy with infiltrators that can stop me moving, like for example GSC, Majson playing against
Josh yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to follow up with that.
Exactly. If that happens, that's a problem. However, I do have I think a little better list than Josh did to play into this, so we'll see. But I am actually looking forward. I'd love to play against GSC. Because it's one of my armies, and I think it'd be a good matchup if I win or lose. Because
Did you get a chance to talk with either Josh or Majson or both of them about their game yesterday?
Yeah, I spoke to Majson about it. So yeah, we discussed before the game. We had a discussion when we were driving to his hotel about how to play the matchup. What can Votann do against him? How can he counter it? He did exactly what we discussed he'd do, and he won the game.
Okay,
So-
but are there any takeaways for you from that conversation? If GSC comes up?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's. I have a game plan. I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
'Cause I don't want to. I really don't want to give any secrets away. The whole point of
Yeah,
this
Joker.
list.
Okay.
Yeah, what's he trying to do? Who's paid him? The whole point of this list is a lot of people I don't think have the right game plan into it, and I want to maximize on that, right?
You're not saying enough. We're not
I'm
going
the
to
worst person to bring on here. Terrible.
So tell us
Too
this:
secretive.
Yeah.
is your army like the proper Votann list archetype, or have you seen other lists that you maybe liked a little bit more than yours?
I think right now the archetype people sort of bring is like 2 fortresses, 2 Sedges as. Everyone is probably riding the fortress train like they're really good. I think they're terrible. I think, well, not terrible, but in this meta, they die.
Yeah.
And in my 2 games, they would die instantly. So I'm glad I didn't bring them. I think a lot of people are taking 20 to 30 a half guard. I think that's normal. I think people are taking more Thunderkin than Warriors. I think people are really sleeping on 6 Sagittars and 30 Warriors because it's just really good for playing the mission and denying.
Yeah, so it seems.
And a lot of damage.
All
So-
right. Okay. Danny, I think we are done with the questions. So thanks a lot. It's been a great pleasure to have you.
I always love being with you too. My favorites.
Ah, so nice. So so good luck in your future games. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully we can get you back after your future victories.
Of course.
And maybe at that point you'll be more talkative.
True. That is true.
Always, trading blows. Anyway, to our listeners, I think we will take a break now, and we will wait for the next round to kick off. We will gather some intel about who is playing whom, and then we will come back to you either with a floor walk or with the next entry where we will discuss how the games are going.
Or both.
Or both. Yeah, why not both? So thanks for now, and we'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. back, everyone. We are on the ground floor right now to show you the vibe and the atmosphere of the event. The event is massive, as you can see. There are so many players around here. It's just incredible how Zach has managed to pack all those players at this event. And the fact that I like the most about this event, or all sorts of those events, is that you have teams coming to the event sporting their team shirts. And as you can see here, we have players wearing there are like, I don't know, 5 or 10 people wearing the same shirt. You get that camaraderie that you won't get anywhere else, maybe at the WTC. And over there, I think Vitalis is showing you now, the guy in the in the green and yellow shirt. Essentially, this is my favorite shirt from the WTC because this is the shirt that the Republic of South Africa was sporting, and this is the only shirt that I managed to secure, but it's the best shirt out there. So I don't know if he is a player of Republic of South Africa, or if he is a player that actually managed to get it from one of the players, or he just bought it, but he has definitely made the perfect choice. So as you can see, there are tons and tons of people here. And what is actually amazing about the event and about the meta right now is that the army representation at the event is really varied. Like there are, I think, maybe 2 armies that are not represented at this event, and that is just incredible. It only shows how well GW has done balancing the game. I mean, there is still some tweaking that needs to be done, but if you look at the tables, you will see almost everything from Space Marines to Thousand Suns to Demons. There is, we will get there in a moment. There are tables where you can see AdMech, there are tables where you can see Tau, there are Votann players. We have just done an interview with Danny, who is sporting Votann, and there are many, many other players who have brought the same army. So it's just incredible. Look at this table, look at that. What is that? I mean, you don't really see Imperial Guard represented by such models. It's just crazy what people bring to those events, but it's just adorable. The colors, the vibrant colors of that army. Even if the guy doesn't win the tournament, he has already won in my eyes, just because the army is crazy, crazy beautiful. And that's a theme at this event as well. Everyone needs to bring a painted army. Everyone needs to bring, the army needs to be at least battle ready, but most of those armies are gorgeous. And I don't know if people have that skill to paint the armies that way on their own, or if they have paid for those paint jobs. One way or another, it's just an amazing showing, and it's a pleasure to watch. No matter if it's 40k or if we went that way, you would probably see that over there is Age of Sigmar, which has some of the most amazing models ever created. So perhaps we can do another floor walk later or tomorrow, where we will be able to show you those games over there and those minis over there. It's just mouth-watering, a mouth-watering sight, how beautiful those models actually can be. And now, I know during our podcasts and during our entries, I keep on blabbering about the amount of talent and the amount of celebrities at those events, but I have something to show you to actually prove that I'm not wrong. If you look over there we have, probably a little bit hidden now, but on one table we have James Grover from Goonhammer playing against AdMech, I think. So again, an army that you probably normally don't see at tournaments, but someone decided to bring the army, and similarly to Malik Armin Rubio. And right next to him, we have Dick van der Harst from the Netherlands, Team Netherlands for the WTC, who is playing his spam of Baby Knights. Unfortunately, I don't know who his opponent is. I haven't seen, and we cannot really get deeper into there to show you that. But I know that Dick was a little bit distracted going into his games because I think we mentioned that before. Unfortunately, on the way to the LGT, he left his wallet in the taxi, and that was the thing that was mainly on his mind when he was playing his first game. Then during the second round, I think he was trying to communicate with the taxi driver to actually get the wallet back. And I just spoke to him. He said he doesn't have the wallet yet, but the cabbie already is on his way, and he's going to be bringing this wallet. So yeah, at least he's sorted. And now, what a coincidence! We have another member of Contact Lost in here. So Majson from Team Poland, from Contact Lost, from Team Ignite. So yeah, Majson, how are you enjoying the event? And now I'll try to pass over the mic to you without making too much noise. So there you go. You can try and put it on your shirt now.
Oh well. How does it work?
Yeah, you squeeze it, you pinch it, and you talk.
Okay, so how the event is going? Right now, I think it's going well. I think we didn't have like sportsmanship issues any. As part of the reffing team, I'm happy to hear that. I got like one near to sportsmanship issue on the table, but
Nothing serious.
yeah, nothing serious, and I'm really glad that players sorted it out before actually calling the judge, because I was standing like that and they were considering calling a judge. I was like, you can call a judge, then I will grab two of my colleagues and we'll analyze the situation, or you can sort it out by yourself without calling a judge. And they all as a perfectly full sportsmanship, they sorted out all of the situation.
Suddenly they were able to sort out the situation.
Yeah, so even it's running smoothly. I like the current round because they have like a good matchups.
Yeah,
coming.
I'm actually looking around you, and I see that there is a table with. Give me a mic for a second. There is a table with Chris Radford. Next to him, we have Mike Porter playing versus Armin Malik Rubio.
Yeah.
Right next to him, we have Nassim Fouchain.
Yeah.
And then right next to him, or well, two tables next to them, we have Vic playing Yoku. So a little bit of a home war, so to say.
Yeah.
Can you tell us something about that matchup? Are they playing Eldar versus Eldar? Is that the right
they're playing Eldar versus Eldar, more or less similar list, I guess. There's Vic, I think, plays Spectres, and Yoku plays 3 times War Fighters. Vic started the game. It's a mission to move to priority targets, so we score at the end of the game up to 15 points. It looks like an advantage for a person who goes second, but I don't think so. I personally think that I would like to go first this matchup because you got like 3 spinners. You can kill something before the opponent got the opportunity to move. But it's a very interesting matchup because like you have one additional phase in the game called Phantasm phase.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, especially that both players have that phase. So.
Yeah, both players got that phase, and I can see already that one of the Night Spears is dead, probably.
So it seems. I don't think it's in deep strike, so it's probably down.
Yeah, either you put all 3 in deep strike, or it doesn't make any sense. So it's looking good for Vic.
So yeah, I mean, you are part of Team Ignite as well. You know both of the players. Is there anyone that you're specifically rooting for? We won't tell them.
How do you hear that? Yeah.
All right.
I always for Vic. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, mine as well. Completely unbiased.
I love Yoku, but
it's Vic.
It's Vic.
So can you tell us something about Mike Porter versus Malik? Because you played Malik yesterday in the Invitational. You know his list. I don't know if there was a lot of modification.
I can see a plane, some flavor of plane. I don't know what it is exactly. So the list changed compared to what I played. Mike Porter got interesting list with like 3 Void Weavers or 2 Void Weavers and a lot of boats for Harlequins.
Harlequin boats,
yeah, Harlequins boats. So it's more focused on Harlequins, not just Eldar stuff. So that's actually interesting. Yeah. So
right.
Porter basically dropped GSC. That's probably good at decision because GSC is random. With versus Admec, he should have an advantage. But Admec can actually kill.
In Malik's hands, Admec can do a lot more, I guess.
Yeah, a lot more. The game against Malik was very challenging. Yesterday he managed to go first, so I got like I needed to recover from a hard situation on board. I don't know who went first. I guess from the distance I can see that Malik went first.
Yeah, we will definitely get one of them. Whoever wins the game, we will try to get them over to the studio to do an interview, so we will find out who won first.
It's interesting because this is not like a standard metagame matchup. So it will be really interesting game to see how it goes. Because here we got Mirror, we can expect basically what.
How it's going to end.
It's all about dice right now.
Yeah, Eldar is going to win.
Eldar's going to win. And over there, we don't know. So, yeah. There's also a very interesting matchup somewhere over there. Mani is playing Lucas from France.
GSC.
GSC, he's the one that played Tyranids in top final.
Yeah, I remember last year.
Unexpected French player from. He managed. He was in the finals or top 4?
He was in top 4.
Top 4.
Top 4. I think he lost to Nassim.
Yeah.
Against Tao.
Exactly. So top 4 of LGT last year playing Mani. It's a really interesting game because he plays GSC against like horde of cultists. I don't know who's got the advantage there because it's not a killing game, it's more like blocking game, and the mission right now is, in my opinion, is in favor of Mani because you got like quarter circle deployment. It's really close.
Yeah, but
it's
funny,
really close.
Funny to see a game where both sides actually don't die. I mean, it's a little bit harder for GSC because if the rolls don't go his way, then he won't have his units back.
Exactly.
Mani can basically get his models every single turn. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out.
It will be interesting. A lot of depends on who goes first.
Right.
I saw that Lucas made a really good decision to put like 9-inch blockade from neophytes in front of DZ. So if he goes first, he blocks the board, score a couple of points. The next turn, 4-inch deep strike, and try to snipe cultists from the behind to enable more deep strikes later on.
Right.
So that's the correct play probably. But we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. All right, Majson, we actually snatched you from your work, so we will allow you to go back to doing what you're best at. Well, no, sorry, you're best at playing. But
probably.
But reffing is a close second. So yeah, so we won't be stealing any more of your time. And to all our listeners and viewers, we will be back with more interviews at the end of the round. So either, for the matchup that we discussed, Mike Porter versus Malik, either one of them is going to be in the studio. If you want to see both of them in the studio, let us know. We will invite both of them. But anyway, watch this space, stay tuned, and we will be back for more in about 2 hours. So see you there.
See you.
Welcome back everyone to the LGT studio and good evening from London. Day one is coming to a close and we are here to tell you all about it. So just a reminder, I'm Joker of Contact Lost. We've got Tweak hosting this with me, and our first guest today this evening is Ed Watts playing Grey Knights. I believe you're already the best Grey Knights player at the event?
Apparently so. I mean, I haven't seen another one that's gone. I haven't seen another 3-0 yet, but I think they hit some rough matchups. So can't really
so
blame
I've
them.
heard.
Yeah. Custodes, they're hunting them down. It's bad, it's bad.
So, why don't you tell us what have you got on your list?
Yeah,
and
sure.
a little bit how your games went?
Sure, so I've got 3 librarians, because they're the best data sheet in the book, in the index, because I love them. They've got the Vortex of Doom, which does some damage, but they've got 2 enhancements between the 3 librarians. So I've got the first, the Fray, which is Deep Strike turn 1, and then I've got the Sigil of Exigence, which means when they get targeted by a shooting attack, they can teleport away. Really, really strong into the Tau, Votann. A lot of armies that rely on their shooting, you can very much so bait out stuff and make sure that they get into the wrong position. And then next we're on to the troop shows. We've got 1 strike squad. We need that unit in there just because it makes an objective sticky. Then you can pick them up and then maybe use it to sticky another objective and all that sort of thing. But again, powerful tools to let you really use that, deep strike and teleport
Great
around.
utility, yep.
Yeah, it lets you use that army to the maximum effectiveness. Then we go on to the fast stuff, because we love fast stuff. We've got 3 units of interceptors who do amazing scoring stuff. So they have a 12-inch move, they get to advance, there's auto-advance 6, which Grey Knights do. And they get to move, and there's a stratagem which gives them assault weapons. They +1 to hit, but that's fine. They get to move 18, shoot, and then move 6. So they can get a unit go 18 inches, or go 18 inches and do an action, or if they get captured on the outpost and they've done the silly thing and left a character at the back on their objective, like, cool, I can move 24 and steal that. Great. And because it's not in a movement phase, if you've got like the obnoxious little unit of flamers at the back of Thousand Suns, you can do it out of phase. Same as the way that they do their out of phase shooting, out of phase movement. So that means that they don't get overwatched either. So that's very useful. I found that very useful in the game. Then we go on to this is my favourite unit in the list. It's brilliant. It's a unit of 10 purifiers and Crow. 4 incinerators and I was say we love him. He's Crow. Because the reason why we love him is he goes in and gives the entire unit an extra shot on their purifying flames. And it's my very secret, which I'm not saying on stream totally.
Special sauce.
It's not a secret. Everyone loves them because they're great. Because that strat that gives you assault weapons, you can also use on the purifiers, which gives them +1 to hit. Now that pushes the maths in your favour to take out the Brick of 20 Warriors with a 4 up inver. Because Vortex is going, kill 12, or they could kill like the Crypt of Thralls on 4. If they want to go on the Crypt of Thralls first, that's fine. It means that the Storm Bolters from your Purifier squad can even do more damage, which is fine. So if they want to tank it on that, they'll soak up like 8 with their 4 Feeling Pain. And then they'll take out another 4 Warriors. And then all of the Purifiers go in, which is like 20 shots with +1 to hit, 2s and 2s. Because it's all anti-infantry 2+, it's all AP1, it's all ignoring cover. Got 4d6 from the Incinerators, 24 shots from the Storm Bolters. Then Crow himself with 4 shots from his Storm Bolter. 2 shots from his Purifier.
Just starts adding up.
Yeah, it's
massively.
a lot. And that'll kill 8 Warriors. That'll kill 8 Warriors fine. And then that takes out 1 of the bricks. And that's what you need to use in that game. You give up Crow, but without 2 bricks, that army can't outscore you. Yep. So that's how you play. That's how I play around the Necrons. Then I've got 3 Terminators because they're awesome. They've got an Incinerator, an Arthesium, and a Banner, and 2 standard dudes. Banner gives them +1 OC, which is fantastic. Because they're OC 3 Terminators, because they're a battle line unit anyway. An Arthesium lets me res 1 a turn, which you can do some really cheeky,
movement shenanigans,
which gives them extra movement to charge something, or that model resurrecting within 2, because they start off as a 6-man, so obviously that makes the engagement a little awkward, because you have to keep everyone within everyone. If you lose 2, that last one means you're going to a unit of 5, which you can really stretch out that 2 inches and really use it. Which is another reason why you use Sigil of Exigent unit. Sigil of Exigent unit goes in the middle, 1 point pokes out a Terminator, they shoot it. If they don't put something within 9 of them, they teleport behind it, and it's just great. And then I think that's everything on the list. 3 characters, 3 Terminator blobs, Strike Squad, 3 Interceptor procs, and the Purify Squad.
So we've got a tech piece that handles the 20-man warrior blob, which we've been talking about all weekend. Everyone's gearing up for it, etc., etc. How would you handle like 12 baby knights?
So how do I handle it? Well, I handle it by letting them move their models and losing the game. So effectively, the list isn't designed for 12 baby knights. Grey Knights in general can't kill them. So if you can't do it, don't tech for it. I've seen people try to use like Venerable Dreadnoughts with them las cannons. I'm like, oh yeah, your 2 las cannon shots for 145 points sound incredible. But the way Grey Knights can play the Chaos Knight game a little bit, and I do mean that very liberally, a little bit, is by taking 3 units of 10. So having like not as much MSU as me. Like the reason, but I don't think that beats it anyway. So if you're not going to beat it anyway, you're giving your army less utility in singles. In teams, it's a great skew. In teams, it's a great skew because you've got 3 big talon blocks and some armies just can't deal with it. And if you've got an army that some armies can't deal with, it makes it a great team list, especially if you've got 1 or 2 bad matchups. I still think the 3 units of 10 can still play Eldar.
Yeah.
Because a unit, like if you go second, a unit coming down within 3, and like especially if you're against an army that has to move around a lot and do its all the shenanigans, you can just come down 3, get secondaries with a unit of 10 Terminators, and be like, that footprint is huge if you want it to be. Like, cool, move within 9. You can deny cleanse with it. That's what the sigil unit does. You move it into the middle first. If you go first, move it into the first turn. Oh look, you've drawn area denial. Oh look, you've drawn cleanse. You have to move within 9 of me, which means I can Mist of Demos away, and then come down again and still not use my sigil. But it doesn't really work for the Chaos Knight matchup.
Yeah. So we've seen Grey Knights be fairly successful, I would say, at the WTC. So the Americans or Team USA brought Grey Knights. Was that an inspiration for you, or have you actually been tinkering with them before that?
So the reason I've actually had a Grey Knights for a while. So I've actually had Grey Knights for a while. I used to use them in 9th when there's like loads of Dread Knights. The inspiration I got from the list was all of my style lists. Like I loved Eldar in 9th. Tricksy, lots of little MSU, lots of like a little bit of damage here and there. And at the end of the game, you don't have much stuff left, but you outscore your opponent. That's sort of list. Or like Gene Stealer Cults as well. I love Gene Stealer Cults for the same reason. And to me, Grey Knights are the new Eldar. They've got every trick in the book. Every trick. It's just like, oh, you want to teleport away? Sure. I can move after shoot. I can do that too. It's like, oh, you shoot and move? Yeah, so do I. Yeah, that's fine. Out of phase movement? Yep, I do that too. Do you know what I mean? Everything. It's great. So that's why I like them. It's also one of these armies that you get a lot. It rewards good play, really punishes bad play, which is what Eldar used to be, which is fantastic. So it's fantastic. So I quite like them. They're that's what my inspiration for the list was. Lots of MSU, outscore your opponent. Like the first 2 games, I had like 3 units left at the end of the game, and that's pretty consistent. You don't have much left.
Yep.
But you outscore your opponent.
That's just what matters at the end.
Exactly, especially in singles. Like my list wouldn't be great in teams because you push for small wins with my list, but you can't push for small wins in singles. You want to go for the skew and avoid the bad matchups. Yep. So that's why I think Jack Harp's sort of list with the 3 big Terminators really works in the team environment.
Yeah, because you can sort of meander between the factions that you don't want to play with the proper pairing system. So yeah, so you can essentially hide from the bad pairings. Yeah. Here, not so much.
No. Yeah. And that's why there's not much point in trying to like tech into a Chaos Knight matchup because it doesn't help. It doesn't help. I still think they lose either way. Because I think they out OC you, they do more damage than you. Resing 1 Terminator turn is not enough. You'll lose more than that. But yeah, that's my take on Grey Knights. I think that's their sort of current place in singles. I think they have a couple of matchups they just can't deal with. But I came to here knowing that, and it's fine. But I've hit good parents so far. I hit 2,000 since players. Magnus really struggles against 4 Film and Pain Terminators against all the psychic attacks, which is fantastic. And the first game was really tough. I won by a point. 1 point.
Well, it's win or lose. That's how it works.
And that's the style of the list. Yeah, it's good, man. It's good.
All right. So tell us, when you were preparing for this event, you know, it's not a big distance between the balanced data slate and this event.
Sure.
So some new, let's call them, I don't know, new boys in town. So we have Tau, we have apparently World Eaters, we have Votann.
Yeah.
Do you have a plan for all of those?
Yes.
And what is it? Is it the same as what you just described? I mean, no, I'm not asking specifically, for your tactics, but
yes, there's a little bit of a tech into it. So basically, the idea is, with Votann, it depends on the mission, right? But they normally rely on going for cleanse and deploy teleport homes. Now, against like the 3 units of 10 Terminators, that works quite well because they don't have enough units to tag and really like get stuck in, right? But whereas with me, against Votann, they do not deal with 2-up armor and AOC very well. And that's pretty much what my army does, right? So I think that's the Votann struggle to kill. They have lots of shots, don't they? They do struggle to kill me. You know what I mean? Especially since a lot of their stuff just doesn't ignore cover. Like, you've got a few, like the big land fortress ignores cover with the pan spectral scanner and stuff like that. But the main thing is with Votann is the sigil of exigence. It's key. Like you need that in that game because they rely on their shooting. A Hearth God are no slouch in combat, but they're slow. So they're not going to be hitting you too early on. So in the Votann game, I rely on sort of going first and basically stopping them well, not rely on it, but when you go first, you can sort of deny them to cleanse and deploy. And because you've got the interceptors with the 12-inch moves and stuff, you can sort of get around killing their little units that are going to be doing those sorts of things. It's also whenever they show a little unit, like a little unit of 5, and you want to clear those as soon as you can. And as soon as they're gone, because you purgation squad with your flamers and all that sort of thing, open the and then as soon as they're gone, you can sort of by turn 3 or 4, they've run out of stuff to do cleanse and deploy. And that means they're going to be down, like, if they're not doing cleanse and deploy reliably, that means they're going to be down like 7 points a turn. Yep. So that's 14 points. And I'm doing tactical. And I will play the primary pretty well with OC3 Terminators, which don't die very well. So if that's going to be the case, and they're going to be getting like an average, let's say 25, let's be generous, 25 secondaries, I'm pretty confident I can score more than that in tactical. Because it's great. I think 3 units at the end of each of their turns. I can deep strike them down. They can come down within 3. Some of the units can come down and shoot and move. And also the one thing I like about the Grey Knights is your opponent has to be on the ball. So same with the Votann, same with the Tau. If they make one mistake against you, you can get your secondaries, and that's the sort of game plan you're relying on. Tau is the same situation, an army that purely relies on shooting, and it makes it even more powerful to them because you need to make sure their crisis bricks stay safe. So basically, the Sigil Execute unit comes out into the middle because it also is quite fast. It should reach an objective, and again, you just put one OC3 Terminator out, sit on the primary, and then you go right. This is the Sigil Execute unit. You shoot it, it will move, and they go cool. They're either going to do one of 2 things here. They're going to spot it and shoot it with a ghost kill and try and bait it out, but the ghost kill will kill 1 or 2. And if they don't put enough shots into that, you're going to sit there. Especially if you have pop AOC. They'll ignore cover because they'll be spotted, let's be reasonable. But if they're spotted, they might have like 2 ghost kills in there if they're not trying to use their crisis. And 2 ghost kills for getting the middle primary, depending on certain missions, I'll take. Because if I'm up on the primary game against Tau, I can deny primary with interceptor squads. But if they bring out the unit of crisis use, which is what they really want to do to make me teleport, they're going to get within. They're going to get within 18. They're going to shoot. I teleport away, and they can't fire and fade. They have to resolve their attacks. It's not Eldar fire and fade. So as soon as they can't resolve their attacks, they're sat there, and I can Vortex of Doom them 3 times and incinerate them. And I can do it. It's also like you don't have to kill the unit. You killed like 4. That's enough. I can leave that there, and then you focus on the other one. And the other one can rapid ingress and come down 18 and shoot you. That's going to happen. Don't worry about that. It's fine. You're going to lose a unit or 2. When you activate OC, they can't split fire, and then they'll kill like 1 or 2 of themselves anyway. So then that's down to 4. That's down to 2. And then in combat, you hurt them. It's strength 6, 3 to wound, 82 damage too.
And they don't hit you back.
Yes. Yeah. And their Overwatch is nice, but they only do it once. Yeah. And they don't get the full rerolls because Tetris are only a shooting phase. So there's lots of stuff like that like you can use against the Tau matchup. But the main thing is the Sigil because if they want that unit to move and not have me sit on primary, they're going to have to move a crisis suit within range, and they're going to have to shoot them. The one thing that people have been doing is putting 1 air burst in each of the crisis units. That's how you avoid that trick. However, a lot of people haven't. A lot of people haven't thought about it because a lot of people haven't thought like, oh, what if they move away? It's the same. It works against obliterators too. Like they do their dark pact, they declare they're out of line of sight. They shoot the unit with a sigil. They teleport. Nothing else is within 24. They lose their indirection of the game. Obviously, that's less niche because that's more of a, it takes a big mistake for that to happen. So you wouldn't expect that at like the top level of play. But it's an example of where that can be useful. Especially if you don't use the sigil straight away, which you don't want to do in this CSM game. Because if they burn the sigil straight away, use one of your key tricks. So if the sigil, and that's my tech into Tau and Votann. Because I think it's the same sort of theory. That sigil just puts stuff out of out of range.
But we said that if you run into the crisis suits, they won't hit you back. How about an army that can actually hit you back, which is World Eaters? Are you ready for that moment where you play World Eaters like Anthony Vanilla, for example, and then you don't go first?
Sure. So, effectively, that game is tough because there's a lot of pressure on you. Because it's a lot of pressure from one army. However, Mist of Demos is a very powerful tool in that game. Because that means if they want to get charges off, easy charges off, they're going to be getting within 9. Yeah. And now, the good thing about this is, if they, let's say they move so they can put themselves like a 6-inch charge or a 7-inch charge, instead of like misting up in the sky, you just move back 5. And then you're vortexing them. Yeah, you deny the charge, and then you vortex, you move forward, vortex them and charge. So it's a very powerful tool. But they've got a lot cheaper, and it's a very dicey game because they're going to be rolling 8-inch charges into you because they're going to have 9 then plus 1. But you're also going to be trying to kill stuff with 3 wounds. It's up to 5 or 6 from like 8 bound, which is also dicey. So World Eaters I'm not as worried about because I think there's like 1 or 2 like maybe more unless I don't know who they are, but 1 or 2 really good World Eaters players here. And if they're really good and they've got that sort of list, I don't think they have the tools to like really get stuck in. But there's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure from that list, and as we all know, deep strike armies against pressure can crumble. It 100% can. I think it just depends on what they do in their charge phases, or if they can actually get the charges off. If they roll the charges, they'll win. If they don't roll the charges, they won't win.
So you are on 3 wins right now, which means that tomorrow what awaits you is probably the Shark Tank of the event, because the games aren't going to get easier from this point onward.
Correct, yeah.
So what's the ambition?
With the right pairings, I think I can get 5-0 because I can play the Eldar game. That's the key one. There's a lot of Eldar players left in it, and there's some CSM players been taken out. There's been a couple of mirror matches of Chaos Knights, and one of the other Chaos Knight players, I believe, has been taken out this round. But either way, all of that stuff, and all of that stuff is great for me, right? So there's like 1 or 2 Chaos Knight players out of like, I don't know how many left now, like 90 odd, something like that. So there's 90 odd players left, and there's 1 or 2 Chaos Knight players to worry about, which is my auto lose. And then Necrons I can handle. CSM still a fair few around, but CSM I can play if it's the chosen brick list. But that comes down to, I think, CSM favoured, but I can still sort of play a game. So the goal would be 5-0 with the right pairings. The goal would be 5-0 with the right pairings. If the right pairings don't hit, the right pairings don't hit. It's what happens when you're not playing, like Eldar, CSM, Necrons, all those sort of armies. Because it's one of those. I've taken anti-meta, which has given me bad pairings into the armies that aren't meta. So that's why if I get through to like round 4, hopefully the other armies are gone, and then I can just focus on playing the tough matchups. But it's a risk. So
yeah, it's always a risk.
Always a risk.
So at some point you said that your favorite unit in your list are the Purifiers. Is that the MVP of the list as well so far, or they haven't really gotten to their full potential yet?
They haven't got to their full potential yet, I don't think. The first game that I played was very tank heavy, which they're useless into because they're strength 4 AP, 1 raw damage, the bounce up stuff. Then in the other game, it was 1,000 Suns. So every time they activated, they shoot, they got a 4 at Film of Pain, and I get hazardous. But I kind of like that the first time, because the first time it happens, I get +1 to hit for the rest of the game. So they use 1 or 2, and they all get +1 to hit. So they did kill like 3 units of the rubrics. So that was nice. So they're really good into infantry because it just forces so many saves. So 2s and 2s is wild.
It's the volume, right?
Yeah, 2s and 2s is wild with 20 shots, and especially even with Stormbolters, 2s and 4s. It's like take that many saves. And the Incinerators, again, same situation. So the main reason to being in my list is Eldar, but I haven't played them yet.
That's coming.
Yeah, well, yeah, but was that unit just being able to be like, that unit just sit there and going, right, you have to screen out 3 for your entire game, because if you don't, this unit will come in and kill 3 units. Because it's the like each one, like so you think Purifier should go in and kill 3 units with the 4 Incinerators, and then half the Purifying Flame into 1 unit, half the Stormbolters, half the Purifying Flame. 3 units to die. Obviously, you've got Phantasm to take into account, but you can rapid ingress them if they make a gap where they're not going to get shot. Rapid ingress, move, shoot. But that wouldn't work against Night Spinners. So sad. So yeah, I quite like the Grey Knights. They're really fun.
Cool. All right, Ed. I mean, Joker. Do you have any? All right, then I think we can wrap this one up. Cool. So you've been a great pleasure to talk to. Thank you for all the insights. I mean, like I think. Out of all the players, you know the most about Grey Knights right now at this event. So so we took advantage of that. We'll see. Maybe we'll get to speak to you again after your more successful games tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Yeah. All right.
Get some rest and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And to our audience, we will try to. I mean, we have 2 other players lined up for interviews. We meant to bring in David Gaylord and the winner of the game of Joko Johansson versus Vic Vijay. So in a moment, I'm going to just run around the room really quickly to try and bring one of them or both at the same time. to do another interview, so stay tuned for more because we're coming back in a couple of minutes.
Got him.
And we're live again, so welcome back. As promised, I brought you two players, a little bit different than what we planned, but still Team Ignite, so I guess it's okay. So yeah, Team Ignite absolutely dominating our stream over the last 2 days, so today and yesterday, because we had plenty of people from Team Ignite, and we are having some more right now. So Chris Radford, David Gaylord, to talk here about their games. I guess, David, we can start with you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Imperial Guard, a completely off-meta pick,
yeah,
would
mate.
you say?
Get
or,
that.
Yeah,
I mean, I think,
yeah. Your little toy.
This is a Rogel Dawn. It costs 260 points.
Yeah.
It has like 25,000 guns.
Yeah.
And it never hits with any of them. But
Really?
sometimes it really pops off. Killed a Land Raider in Overwatch last game. So
sweet.
Yeah. No, I'm loving the Guard. It's actually quite good. I did play an Eldar game on game 2 that went quite smoothly. But I don't know, if I go up against a triple spinner, the more Phantasm-based lists like Wraithguard, it's going to be a lot more trickier. But yeah, it's definitely got legs. I think it's low-key quite good. A lot of players haven't got experience in playing it too, and you just need to make sure you play the angles really tightly. It's a bit of a chess match rather than kind of super fast dynamic match. So yeah, I think it's really good fun.
So before the event, you were contemplating taking Necrons. It would have been probably maybe even an easier pick just because you had some...
Look at this guy's face.
Yeah,
you know how many times this guy's played against my Necrons?
Oh god, man. Scarred.
So you had a lot of experience with that, and yet you decided to choose Guard. So tell us a little bit about your list, what's in it, apart from the Rogaldorn, and then, how your games went.
Yeah, so I got Gaunt's Ghost, which are incredible, really good, maybe my MVP unit. 3 tank commanders with full plasma, and they've got Hunter Killer Missile las cannons, which really add up. The Hunter Killers are fantastic. They've got a Lehman Russ Eradicator, which he might not know, but it's pretty good. No, it's all right. And then I've got 2 Basilisks, which actually probably MVPs. You have so much constant board pressure in the mid board that your 2 Basilisks can basically shoot rain free 5 turns, which is really good for the 135 points. Leontis, 2 units of 10 Catachan Jungle Fighters, fighting in the jungle. 55 points for a 10-man unit, 2 Chimeras, but that gives the Chimeras scout move 6. So you pre-game 6, and actually in the last game I played, my opponent was playing a pretty vehicle-heavy Marine list on corner deployment. Pre-game 6, rolled a 6 to advance, which means you move 15 inches from the mid-ruin, move block the whole army, and the Catachan kind of just go like that. So yeah, that's the shell of the list. So I mean, you've got a lot of big static-ish pieces that you need to make sure in the right positions for the next 3-ish turns of the game. And then you've got a lot of move blocking. 6 Bullgrin as well, which are always just too hard to kill for their points. So they slow the game down to a point where your tanks are going to be able to whittle people down. So, yeah.
No Slime Marbo.
Mate, these guys know. I tried.
No
oh
respect.
man, I tried to take him.
You tried, but
Just,
not this time.
Oh man, he's not good.
So Chris, about your list, Chaos Wolves, as it says
Wolves,
on the list title. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, so I've got to keep wolves in there somewhere.
Somehow.
My bread and butter, my loved army. So I'm playing basically the Ignite Chaos Space Marine list, so same as like Liam VSL and Alexander Sacco. It's got the meat and bones of the list is like 3 units chosen. 1 unit 10, 2 units 5 with Chaos Lords, and they go inside Rhinos, and they hit absolutely incredibly hard. And then they go in Rhinos that are Nurgle, so they can't be targeted outside of 12, and so on. So that's basically the main aim of the list, and it hits really hard. It creates a lot of board presence. You've got 2 Rhinos which are going forward really quickly, and then can't be targeted, which creates a lot of pressure. As well as the 4 Treens Obliterators, which is just a standard good Chaos stuff.
So I meant to ask, you're like canonically a Space Wolves player.
Yes, yeah.
Why not World Eaters?
Oh, I didn't really look at World Eaters, to be honest. It's partly like trying to actually have access to the army. I knew I had access to CSM. I think World Eaters are a bit too one-dimensional for me. Like, I used to play my Space Wolves, but I liked having the drop pod, the shooting elements, Redemptors at times, and so on. And I think Chaos have that. They've got that punch in combat, but you've still got your Forge Fiends, and you've still got your shooting as well. I think World Eaters are a bit just to play one phase of the game. I find that a bit boring.
A bit vulnerable to Night Spinners as well.
Yeah,
more vulnerable.
Exactly,
At least Chaos Space Marines, you've got to counterplay there.
And you got the Rhinos, so you can get around the Night Spinners quite well. So, you know, you hit the Rhino, the Chosen Zone out, they still move too. Still advance in charge and so on.
The untargetable strat really unlocks an enormous amount of melee in the game, right? Like, move the Rhino, untargetable means you have almost a guaranteed staging point. Really good. Accelerates the game.
So, David, I need to ask a question from our listener.
Oh,
I don't know if you're prepared for that, but did you choose Guard because they have no backpacks?
It's easy to assemble, isn't it?
Actually, some of them do.
So that's a lie, actually. I have all my Voxcasters, thank you very much.
Yeah.
The backpack on that radio backpack. I'm onto it, mate. Yeah. But not talking about backpacks, we actually had a team knockout this game. Yokul was playing against Vic. Yo, Vic, come over. Yokul was playing against Vic, and he's going to take my chair. That was actually a much better game than either game we played. But it was a close one, so jump on. Talk about the game. But they're playing identical lists as well. Just come on.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not?
Get on. Walking in front of the game. You're all good.
As long as the Rogaldorn stays, Vic can come on.
It's a Night Spinner in my mind.
Right.
Yeah, Vic.
So, he's stuck in the middle.
I mean, a surprise guest that we were supposed to interview anyway. But Vic, tell us firstly about your list. Eldar, from what I hear, essentially a list that half of Team Ignite has brought to the event.
Yeah, so me, Brian, and Yokul have brought identical lists. And unfortunately in this round, me and Yokul got paired together. So we got a perfect mirror match. There's 1 unit difference between our lists, but it's triple Night Spinner, triple Warp Spider for him, 2 Warp Spiders and a Shadow Spectre for me. and then Yin Khan and a bunch of characters. So, and 10 Wraith Guard for both of us. So it's a very kind of techie, tactical game, but the big advantage comes on the person who goes first. I got to go first in this game, so I got the momentum advantage. Yokul struggled to keep up with the secondaries. And also the primary towards the end of the game. So he ended up just slipping like 5 or 10 points behind through the game. Probably about round 3 or 4, he knew he was going to lose the game if it carried on as it was, and he kind of went for it, and it didn't quite work out. The dice didn't go his way. So
okay, so were you prepared for a mirror? I mean, we'll get to that in a moment about how Team Ignite prepares for the event, but I mean, have you played that game before, or do you not really prepare for mirrors?
Weirdly, for this event, I thought I'd try to do something different, and I didn't actually play any practice games with Eldar, so I was prepping a little bit with CSM, I was working with Chris to kind of refine that list, and Chris ended up with a better list than me, so I ended up dropping it, and I went for the Eldar, and I saw Brian and Yokul play lots of games, and we were streaming within our team, so I kind of did a few mental exercises, learned from them, but interestingly, one of the games we'd never practiced was the mirror.
Yeah.
Which we really should, considering Eldar is the most popular
but
army.
This is a common thing. Like many players say that they don't practice. I asked Manny and Ed Watts when I was doing an interview with them, and I asked Manny whether he is prepared for like the cultist spam sort of mirror. He said he doesn't practice mirrors. Well, first of all, he doesn't like them. Second of all, he just doesn't assume that there is going to be a mirror.
I think it's the single most important game you should practice, especially if you're playing one of the armies at the top of the meta. So in this case, I think it was a mistake that neither of us had practiced it. Maybe it ended up working out in my favor that we just went for it with no practice, because Yokul's practiced a lot compared to how much I've practiced. This is probably the only game he hasn't practiced properly. So it's the only one where I had a chance, really. So I got a bit lucky on that sense.
All right. Chris, so maybe you could give us, like, if it's not a secret, like a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look. What is the chemistry within Team Ignite? How do you guys actually prepare for events? And was this, like, have you been prepping heavily for the LGT, like the major tournament of the year?
I think over the last 3-4 weeks we've put in quite a lot of prep. The Ignite chat has been pretty much non-stop. I think we've mainly focused on 3 armies, probably around Eldar, CSM, spoken a little bit about Tau, and then you've got Dave who's just doing his own thing on his own, no wants to play his Necrons. So mainly we focus on the Eldar and the CSM. Unlike Vic, I've got a bit of personality, so I'm for CSM, not
Yeah,
Eldar.
I have to do my personality on the board, not with my army. Chris is doing the opposite, so I'm kidding. There's the chemistry. It's not good.
But we've put I think a lot of time. In games, there's always a game being streamed to our Discord, and it's usually Eldar v CSM or Eldar v Necrons. Never Eldar v Eldar, which, like I say, I don't know how that slipped by. And so on. So yeah, just constant conversations really, and theory crafting around what works and what secondaries you're going to take, if you're going to do tactical fixed and so on.
All right. And then you also have players who are not UK resident. Do you get them involved somehow as well? And do you, I don't know, play on TTS against them? I know that there is like a love and hate relationship with TTS among some of the players. So do you actually do that?
We all love it.
All TS.
All
TTS.
Really?
I don't think I've played outside of an event. I can't remember the last time I played a game on the table. Probably about 5-6 weeks.
Because it's easier to share knowledge between us. So we stream every game that's played within our team. So we learn a lot like that. And the thing is, that means that we can get Liam to come play with us. We can get Yokul to come play with us. We've now got Majson in the team, so he's played a little bit as well. So I mean, especially players like Majson and Liam, they have such different play styles to what maybe we were exposed to. Especially Liam. It completely changes the way that you look at the game, because he does things in a way that no one else does, and he does it perfectly as well, so I've learned a lot.
My first ever game against Liam, he was playing Death Watch into his Thousand Suns, and he played a turn where he moved his Magnus out. This was before Thousand Suns were nerfed, and I was like, that's a bad move. That's ridiculously aggressive. I'm going to pick up Magnus now, which is the one threatening to me. And I lost 19-1. So, and it completely opened my eyes to like a new aggressive way of playing, where he was throwing stuff away and trading down. But I was so pushed in constantly, over and over again. There was enough waves to keep me penned in that I lost hideously. So yeah, I think he's very different to the way we play, and it's
very helpful
really
for us
important
to be able to practice against
and you
him.
need TTS to be able to see that. Else,
So tomorrow, Child's Play ends. Tomorrow is becoming more Shark Tanky to everyone, and it's very likely that again you're going to be facing one of your fellow teammates.
No, not again. Your turn, Chris. I'm good. I'm out.
I think it's actually quite likely that it's going to happen. So a question to both of you, and we can start with Chris this time. Is there any sort of matchups that you're dreading, or anything that you wouldn't specific, and not the player for now, but just a faction that you wouldn't like to face?
One of the reasons I took CSM was partly I like the playstyle, but also I think CSM of all armies have a game into anything. I think in my personal opinion, you're slightly unfavoured of Eldar, like your build, the Ignite build for Eldar. And there's one or two other matchups where you're not quite favoured. However, you've got a game, and as long as maybe you get a spike here or there, or you outplay your opponent, you've still got a chance. So there's not really a game of thinking, I really don't want that one. I mean, I'd like to avoid an Ignite member for obvious reasons, and I'd like to avoid Eldar if I can, but other than that, no, pretty much anything, and that's the reason I went for CSM in the end.
Love the confidence. So you've played CSM last year, and you actually managed to get into the final with CSM.
Yep.
Why haven't you taken them this year?
I was just about to. I was this close, and then I played a few times against Eldar, especially against Brian using the Eldar. Just couldn't find a path to victory that was consistent. I won one game and lost like 3. So that was all with me using CSM, and then I realized, look, Vic, you're gonna struggle your way through this, and I went for the easy route out, really.
You went for your beloved faction.
Yeah, I mean, I want to play Eldar when I can. Unfortunately, this particular list is a little boring, and it feels a little too straightforward for me. I'm not really using all my brain cells, so I'm not enjoying it that much, but I am using a few of my brain cells.
So is there any faction that is actually going to push you to your limits and actually make you use all your brain cells?
The mirror definitely, and I played 2 rounds of the mirror.
It did look like a game of chess.
You have to think like a couple of turns ahead is really intense, so I enjoyed that, especially against Yoko, who's a top tier player. There are some games I'm just going to straight up lose, I think, even with a skill advantage, and that's the unfortunate nature of taking a skewed list like this. There are a few Hordy lists, Necrons, the Accursed Cultist spam, where I'm just not favoured. There is a path to victory, but it's very unlikely, so I've just got to hope I get a good path.
Okay, and how about armies that apply like a ton of pressure very early? I mean, I'm immediately thinking about Anthony Vanilla and his World Eaters. If you don't get the first turn and are faced with an army or against an army like that, do you think you will manage? Do you think you have the tools to like hide from those long charges and so on, and avoid that pain turn 1?
Fortunately, Eldar have tools to fix all mistakes that they make. So Phantasm means that you save a flank, and they just hit one area of the board, and then the output is horrendous. So against things that die, like World Eaters, that's a really tough game for the World Eaters.
Yeah,
I think.
All right. Okay. Well, gents, it's been great fun talking to you. You both have done amazing, and we are looking forward to your future successes. Tomorrow's successes. So, I guess we'll finish here, and we'll wrap here. To our listeners and to our viewers, what's going to happen now is there's going to be the final of the Invitational that I don't think is going to get streamed. So that's what I've heard from the tournament organizers. We are going to bring you the latest on those developments tomorrow in the morning. So make sure that you tune in around 9 or before 9, because we will probably start streaming around that time, and we will talk about the Invitational first, and then we will do a couple of more interviews and bring in some more people to talk about their game predictions, because people will know their pairings already, etc., etc. So make sure that you join us tomorrow. Watch this space for more content, and let's enjoy some amazing games tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, and until tomorrow. Bye-bye.